Risk management. Principles, strategies, and real-world applications. Table of content. Dancing with uncertainty. Chapter 1, Understanding Risk. Chapter 2, The History of Risk Management. Chapter 3, The Risk Management Process. Chapter 4, Risk Identification Techniques. Chapter 5, Qualitative Risk Assessment. Chapter 6, Quantitative Risk Assessment. Chapter 7, Risk Avoidance and Prevention. Chapter 8, Risk Reduction and Mitigation. Chapter 9, Risk Transfer. Chapter 10, Risk Acceptance and Retention. Chapter 11, Risk Monitoring and Review. Chapter 12, Crisis Management and Business Continuity Planning. Chapter 13, Emerging Risks and Future Trends. Chapter 14, Building a Risk-Aware Culture. Chapter 15, Risk Governance and Regulatory Compliance. Chapter 16, Risk Quantification and Modeling. Chapter 17, Technology and Risk Management. Chapter 18, Risk Reporting and Communication. Chapter 19, Global Risk Landscape and Cross-Border Risk Management. Chapter 20, Building a Risk-Aware Culture. Chapter 21, Crisis Management and Business Continuity Planning. Chapter 22, Risk Monitoring and Continuous Improvement. Chapter 23, Risk Management for Innovation and Growth. Chapter 24, Ethics, ESG and Risk Management. Chapter 25, Risk Management in the Digital Age, Cybersecurity and AI. Chapter 26, Global Risk Management, Geopolitical, Supply Chain and Macroeconomic Risks. Chapter 27, Behavioral Risk and Human Factors. Chapter 28, Risk Management in Projects and Large Programs. Chapter 29, Risk Reporting and Stakeholder Communication. Chapter 30, Building a Risk-Aware Culture. Chapter 31, Technology-Enabled Risk Management. Chapter 32, Risk Aggregation, Scenario Analysis and Stress Testing. Chapter 33, Insurance, Hedging and Risk Transfer Strategies. Chapter 34, Risk Appetite, Tolerance and Governance. Chapter 35, Emerging Risks and Future Trends. Chapter 36, Crisis Management and Business Continuity Planning. Chapter 37, Risk Reporting, Metrics and Key Risk Indicators, KRIs. Chapter 38, Risk Culture Measurement and Continuous Improvement. Chapter 39, Integrating Risk Management with Strategy and Decision-Making. Chapter 40, The Future of Risk Management, AI, ESG and Emerging Threats. Dancing with Uncertainty. Risk is everywhere. It lurks in the market that suddenly crashes, in the competitor you didn't see coming, in the email that delivers a malicious payload, and in the small process failure that snowballs into a global scandal. It is in the decisions we make, and the ones we avoid. But risk is not just danger. It is also opportunity. Every bold move, launching a product, entering a new market, investing in innovation, is a calculated bet on the future. The organizations that endure are not the ones that hide from risk, but the ones that learn to see it clearly, measure it wisely, and act decisively. The past decade has been a masterclass in volatility. A pandemic that stopped the world. Supply chains that fractured overnight. Cyber attacks that shut down critical infrastructure. Climate events that cost billions. Social movements that reshaped public expectations. These shocks have taught leaders a hard truth. Risk management is no longer a back-office compliance function. It is a core driver of resilience, performance, and trust. This book is for executives, risk professionals, entrepreneurs, and anyone who must make decisions under uncertainty, which is to say, everyone. Across 40 chapters, we will move from fundamentals to advanced techniques, with real-world case studies and practical tools you can put to work immediately. Our goal is simple: to help you transform risk management from a defensive shield into a strategic compass, guiding your organization toward smarter decisions, stronger resilience, and sustainable growth. Welcome to the future of risk management. Let's learn to dance with uncertainty and win. Chapter 1: Understanding Risk. Risk is an unavoidable part of life and business. Whether we are deciding where to invest, launching a new product, or crossing the street, we constantly face uncertainty about the future. The purpose of risk management is not to eliminate risk entirely, which is impossible, but to understand, measure, and manage it so that we can make better decisions and protect what matters most. 1.1 Defining risk. Risk is often defined as the possibility of an event that may adversely affect objectives. This event can have financial, operational, reputational, or even existential consequences. Risk has three key components. Uncertainty: the outcome is unknown or unpredictable. Impact: the outcome may have a positive or negative effect. Probability: the likelihood of the event occurring. It's important to note that risk is not always negative. Positive risk, often called opportunity, can lead to gains if managed well. For example, investing in a high-growth startup is risky, but it may produce outsized returns. 1.2 Types of risk. Risk can be classified in many ways. The most common categories include strategic risk: risks that threaten an organization's ability to achieve its long-term goals, e.g., disruptive competitors, regulatory changes. Financial risk: risks related to capital, liquidity, credit exposure, or market volatility. Operational risk: risks from internal processes, systems, or human error, e.g., fraud, IT failures. Compliance risk: risks of violating laws, regulations, or standards. Reputational risk: risks that harm stakeholder trust and public perception. By identifying risk categories early, organizations can allocate resources more effectively to manage them. 1.3 Risk versus uncertainty. Although risk and uncertainty are often used interchangeably, they are different concepts. Risk is measurable. Probabilities can be estimated. Uncertainty is not easily measurable. There may be no historical data to predict outcomes. For example, the probability of a machine breakdown can be estimated from maintenance records, risk. However, the likelihood of an entirely new competitor disrupting the market might be hard to measure, uncertainty. 1.4 The psychology of risk perception. Humans are not purely rational when it comes to risk. Cognitive biases affect how we perceive threats and opportunities. Availability heuristic: we overestimate risks that are more memorable or recent, e.g., after a plane crash, people fear flying. Optimism bias: we underestimate the likelihood of negative events affecting us personally. Loss aversion: we feel the pain of losses more strongly than the pleasure of gains. Understanding these psychological tendencies helps risk managers design better communication strategies and decision frameworks. 1.5 Case Studies: Understanding Risk in Practice. Case Study 1: Toyota's Supply Chain Disruption 2011. In March 2011, an earthquake and tsunami struck Japan, disrupting Toyota's supply chain. Key suppliers were affected, and production lines around the world were halted. Lessons learned. Operational risk can be global, even if the triggering event is local. Companies must map critical suppliers and develop contingency plans. Diversification of suppliers can reduce vulnerability. Case Study 2: Netflix's strategic bet on streaming. In 2007, Netflix faced a major strategic decision: stay focused on DVD rentals, its core business, or invest heavily in streaming technology. This was a risky move. Broadband penetration was still limited, and streaming rights were expensive. Outcome: Netflix took the risk, shifted resources, and became a pioneer in streaming, eventually disrupting the entire entertainment industry. Lessons learned. Risk can be an opportunity when aligned with long-term strategy. Accepting short-term volatility can lead to long-term competitive advantage. Case Study 3: The 2008 Financial Crisis. Excessive risk-taking by banks, combined with weak regulation and a reliance on complex derivatives, triggered a global financial meltdown. Lessons learned. Concentration of correlated risks can lead to systemic failures. Transparency and robust stress testing are critical to avoid cascading effects. Regulators and companies must collaborate to monitor systemic risks. 1.6 Key takeaways. Risk is the potential for uncertain events to impact objectives, positively or negatively. Risks can be classified into strategic, financial, operational, compliance, and reputational categories. The distinction between risk and uncertainty is crucial for selecting appropriate management techniques. Human psychology often distorts risk perception. Awareness of biases leads to better decision-making. Real-world case studies show that risk management is about preparation, resilience, and using risk as a driver of innovation. Chapter 2. The History of Risk Management. Risk management may seem like a modern discipline, but humans have been grappling with uncertainty for thousands of years. Understanding its history reveals how our current frameworks evolved, and why risk management continues to be a dynamic, ever-changing field. 2.1 Risk Management in Ancient Civilizations. Early risk sharing. The earliest forms of risk management emerged when traders and farmers realized they could share losses to reduce individual exposure. Babylonia, circa 2000 BCE. Merchants used contracts recorded in the Code of Hammurabi, where lenders forgave loans if shipments were lost at sea. China, circa 3rd millennium BCE. Merchants spread their goods across multiple boats to reduce the risk of losing an entire shipment in a river accident. These innovations represent the first recorded use of risk transfer, a concept still central to modern insurance. 2.2 The birth of probability theory. Formal risk analysis did not exist until the 17th century, when mathematicians began quantifying uncertainty. Blaise Pascal and Pierre de Fermat, 1654. Their correspondence laid the foundation of probability theory while solving a problem related to gambling. Jacob Bernoulli introduced the law of large numbers, demonstrating that predictions become more accurate with larger data samples. Probability transformed risk management from guesswork into a quantitative science. This breakthrough made it possible to develop actuarial tables and price insurance more accurately. 2.3 The rise of insurance and actuarial science. By the 18th and 19th centuries, insurance became a powerful tool for risk mitigation. Lloyd's of London began as a coffee house where ship owners met to spread maritime risk through mutual underwriting. Life insurance. Actuarial science flourished when Edmund Halley, of Halley's Comet fame, created one of the first life tables in 1693, allowing insurers to price life insurance based on statistical mortality rates. Insurance enabled economic growth by giving entrepreneurs the confidence to invest in ventures that otherwise would have been too risky. 2.4 Risk management in the industrial age. The Industrial Revolution introduced new types of risks: factory accidents, worker injuries, and large-scale fires. This led to safety standards, the introduction of workplace regulations and engineering controls, e.g., fire sprinklers. Corporate risk management. Companies began hiring specialists to focus on accident prevention and loss control. Risk management became not just a financial calculation, but also an operational responsibility. 2.5 The emergence of financial risk management. The 20th century saw a rapid expansion of financial risk management techniques. Portfolio theory, 1952. Harry Markowitz introduced modern portfolio theory, MPT, which showed how diversification reduces investment risk. Black-Scholes model, 1973, revolutionized derivatives pricing, allowing firms to hedge financial risks more effectively. Enterprise risk management, 1990s. Companies began integrating risk management across departments to get a holistic view of threats and opportunities. 2.6 Regulatory milestones. Regulation has been a driving force shaping risk management practices. Basel Accords, 1988, 2004, 2017, set global banking capital requirements, focusing on credit, market, and operational risk. Sarbanes-Oxley Act, 2002, mandated stronger internal controls for U.S. public companies after the Enron and WorldCom scandals. Solvency II, 2016, established risk-based capital requirements for European insurers. Regulations ensure a minimum standard of risk management across industries, though they can also create compliance burdens. 2.7 Case Studies, Lessons from History. Case Study 1. The Great Fire of London, 1666. The fire destroyed over 13,000 homes and led to the creation of the first fire insurance company, the Fire Office. Lessons learned. Catastrophic events often lead to innovation in risk transfer mechanisms. Risk pooling became critical to protect entire communities, not just individuals. Case Study 2. Long-Term Capital Management, 1998. LTCM, a hedge fund led by Nobel Prize-winning economists, used sophisticated mathematical models to generate profits, until extreme market events wiped out its capital. The Federal Reserve organized a $3.6 billion bailout to prevent systemic collapse. Lessons learned. Quantitative models have limitations. They rely on historical data that may not predict rare events. Risk concentration and leverage can amplify losses. Regulators monitor systemic risk to prevent contagion. Case Study 3. COVID-19 Pandemic, 2020-2022. The global pandemic exposed vulnerabilities in supply chains, healthcare systems, and financial markets. Lessons learned. Black swan events can affect every sector simultaneously. Scenario planning and business continuity management are essential. Risk management must evolve to handle interconnected global crises. 2.8 Key Takeaways. Risk management evolved from informal practices, risk sharing, to a formalized discipline rooted in probability theory and data analysis. Insurance and actuarial science provided the foundation for modern risk transfer mechanisms. The 20th century brought portfolio theory, derivatives, and enterprise-wide frameworks that enabled more precise financial risk management. Regulations play a crucial role in standardizing practices and protecting stakeholders. Historical case studies remind us that risk management is reactive as well as proactive. Crises often drive the most significant innovations. Chapter 3. The Risk Management Process. Risk management is not a one-time activity. It's a continuous structured process that helps organizations anticipate, prepare for, and respond to uncertainties. This chapter explores the standard risk management process, explains each step in detail, and demonstrates how it works in real-world scenarios. 3.1 Overview of the risk management process. Most risk management frameworks, such as ISO 31000, COSO-IRM, and PMBOK Guide, follow a similar cycle with these key steps. Risk identification. Recognize risks that could affect objectives. Risk assessment. Analyze likelihood and impact to prioritize risks. Risk response. Treatment. Select strategies to avoid, mitigate, transfer, or accept risks. Risk monitoring and review. Continuously track risks, measure effectiveness, and adapt as conditions change. Communication and reporting. Ensure stakeholders understand risks and decisions being made. This process is iterative. New risks emerge, old risks evolve, and mitigation strategies must be updated over time. 3.2 Step 1. Risk identification. Risk identification involves systematically uncovering potential threats and opportunities. Techniques include brainstorming sessions with cross-functional teams, checklist based on industry best practices, interviews with subject matter experts, scenario analysis for low probability, high impact events, SWOT and PESTLE analysis to capture strategic, political, economic, and technological risks. Tip: maintain a risk register, a living document that records all identified risks, their descriptions, owners, and status. 3.3 Step 2 Risk Assessment. Once risks are identified, they must be analyzed to understand likelihood, probability, and impact severity. Qualitative assessment. Risk matrix plots likelihood versus impact on a grid, e.g., low, medium, high. Heat maps visualize which risks need urgent attention. Categorization classify risks into financial, operational, strategic, compliance, etc. Quantitative assessment. Expected monetary value (EMV) calculate risk exposure as probability times impact. Monte Carlo simulation model multiple scenarios to estimate a range of outcomes. Sensitivity analysis identify variables that most influence results. 3.4 Step 3 Risk response treatment. Risk response strategies can be grouped into 4 categories, the 4 TerraSeconds. Terminate, avoid, eliminate the activity causing the risk, e.g., exit a risky market. Treat, mitigate, reduce likelihood or impact through controls, e.g., better training, redundancies. Transfer, shift risk to another party, e.g., insurance, outsourcing, hedging. Tolerate, accept, acknowledge and monitor the risk if its cost of mitigation is higher than potential loss. A risk owner is assigned to ensure accountability for each response. 3.5 Step 4 Risk monitoring and review. Risk management is dynamic. Risks change over time due to evolving internal and external conditions. Organizations must track key risk indicators (CRIS), regularly update the risk register, conduct periodic reviews and audits, adjust mitigation strategies when performance metrics deviate from expectations. 3.6 Step 5 Communication and reporting. Effective risk management depends on clear communication. Executive reporting summarize top risks and mitigation efforts for senior leadership. Operational reporting provide actionable updates to process owners. External stakeholders disclose material risks in compliance with regulations, e.g., annual reports. Transparent communication builds trust and ensures that risks are considered in decision-making. 3.7 Case studies the risk management process in action. Case Study 1 NASA and the Space Shuttle Challenger 1986. NASA engineers had identified a risk related to O-ring failure in cold weather, but did not escalate it effectively. The launch proceeded, resulting in disaster. Lessons learned. Risk communication failures can be catastrophic. A structured process must include escalation mechanisms and encourage open dialogue. Case Study 2 Starbucks Supply Chain Risk Management. Starbucks uses a robust process to manage risks across its global supply chain, including climate risks affecting coffee crops. Key practices. Risk identification through supplier assessments. Mitigation via diversification of sourcing regions. Continuous monitoring of weather and geopolitical conditions. Case Study 3 Cybersecurity at a financial institution. A large bank identified cyber threats as a top enterprise risk and implemented a formal process. Identification conducted penetration testing and threat modeling. Assessment used likelihood impact scoring to prioritize vulnerabilities. Treatment deployed advanced firewalls, employee training, and incident response plans. Monitoring established a 24/7 security operations center. Outcome: the bank significantly reduced the number and severity of successful cyber attacks. 3.8 Key takeaways. Risk management is a structured, iterative process involving identification, assessment, response, monitoring, and communication. Both qualitative and quantitative techniques are necessary to fully understand risk. Assigning clear ownership and using a risk register improves accountability. Communication is as important as analysis. information must reach the right decision-makers. Case studies show that robust processes save lives, protect assets, and strengthen resilience. Chapter 4: Risk Identification Techniques. Risk identification is the foundation of effective risk management. If risks are not identified early, they cannot be assessed, mitigated, or monitored. This chapter explores proven techniques to uncover risks systematically, ensuring that nothing critical is overlooked. 4.1 Why Risk Identification Matters. Failure to identify risks is one of the most common causes of project failure, strategic missteps, and operational crises. The earlier risks are identified, the more options exist for treatment. Key goals of risk identification. Create a comprehensive list of potential threats and opportunities. Establish a shared understanding of risk across stakeholders. Provide input for risk assessment and prioritization. 4.2 Principles of Good Risk Identification. Inclusiveness. Engage multiple stakeholders, executives, employees, customers, and suppliers, to capture diverse perspectives. Structured process. Use formal methods instead of relying on ad hoc discussions. Documentation. Record risks in a risk register for traceability. Iteration. Revisit identification regularly, new risks emerge over time. 4.3 Techniques for Risk Identification. Brainstorming. A simple but powerful method. Gather a cross-functional team. Use a facilitator to encourage open discussion. Capture every risk idea before evaluating them. Tip: encourage psychological safety so participants can share even unlikely or uncomfortable risks. Checklists. Checklists provide a structured reminder of common risks based on industry best practices. Example: a construction project checklist might include site safety hazards, regulatory compliance issues, contractor availability, weather disruptions. Pros: ensures consistency. Cons: may miss emerging or unique risks. Interviews and workshops. Engage subject matter experts and frontline employees through structured interviews or workshops. One-on-one interviews, useful for deep dives into sensitive risks. Workshops encourage collective problem solving and consensus building. SWOT analysis. SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. It helps connect internal capabilities with external conditions. Example: SWOT reveals risks, weaknesses, threats, and opportunities, strengths, opportunities that can shape strategy. PESTLE analysis. PESTLE examines political, economic, social, technological, legal, environmental factors that could impact an organization. Example: a pharmaceutical company might identify political, drug pricing regulations. Economic, recession reducing patient spending. Social, growing demand for personalized medicine. Technological, AI-driven drug discovery. Legal, patent expirations. Environmental, supply chain disruptions from climate events. PESTLE ensures risks from the external environment are not overlooked. Scenario analysis. Scenario analysis considers what-if situations, especially low-probability, high-impact events. Example: what if our main supplier shuts down? What if a cyber attack halts operations? What if demand doubles unexpectedly? This technique helps organizations prepare for extreme but plausible situations. Risk breakdown structure (RBS). Similar to a work breakdown structure, RBS organizes risks hierarchically. Level 1: categories: strategic, financial, operational. Level 2: subcategories, e.g., under operational, IT systems, HR issues. Level 3: specific risks, e.g., server downtime during peak hours. This visual hierarchy prevents duplication and improves coverage. 4.4 Creating a risk register. A risk register is a central tool that records all identified risks. Typical columns. Maintaining a risk register. Improves accountability. Enables tracking of treatment actions. Serves as a reference for audits and reporting. 4.5 Case Studies. Risk Identification in Practice. Case Study 1. Boeing 737 MAX Crisis. Investigations revealed that risk identification failed during the design phase of the 737 MAX. Critical risks related to the MCAS flight control system were not fully documented, leading to 2 fatal crashes. Lessons learned. Comprehensive risk workshops must involve engineers, pilots, and regulators. Early risk identification could have prevented costly redesigns and reputational damage. Case Study 2. COVID-19 and Supply Chain Risk. Companies with robust risk identification processes recognized pandemic risks years earlier through PESEL analysis. Pandemic was a known global health threat. Lessons learned. Systematic environmental scanning helps anticipate global disruptions. Organizations with risk registers and continuity plans responded faster. Case Study 3. NASA's Mars Rover Program. NASA used scenario planning extensively to identify risks before landing rovers on Mars. They ran simulations for everything from dust storms to software failures. Outcome. High mission success rate despite extreme complexity. Demonstrates how scenario analysis improves resilience. 4.6 Key Takeaways. Risk identification is a team effort that benefits from multiple techniques. Tools like SWOT, PESEL, scenario analysis, and risk breakdown structures ensure comprehensive coverage. Documenting risks in a register improves visibility and accountability. Historical failures, e.g., Boeing 737 MAX, show that missing critical risks can have catastrophic consequences. Chapter 5. Qualitative Risk Assessment. Once risks are identified, the next step is to analyze and prioritize them. Qualitative risk assessment is often the first approach organizations use because it is straightforward, does not require complex data, and can be implemented quickly. This chapter explores qualitative techniques, how to score risks consistently, and how to create visual tools like risk matrices and heat maps to support decision-making. 5.1 What is qualitative risk assessment? Qualitative risk assessment focuses on describing risks in terms of likelihood and impact, using words or simple scales instead of precise numbers. It answers: which risks matter most? Which risks need immediate attention? Where should we allocate resources first? This approach is especially useful when historical data is limited or unavailable. Speed is more important than mathematical precision. Stakeholders need a simple, shared language for discussing risk. 5.2 Key Components. Likelihood describes the probability of a risk event occurring, often expressed on a scale such as impact. Measures the severity of the risk if it materializes. Categories can include financial loss, reputation damage, safety impact, or operational disruption. Risk score. A simple risk priority number, RPN, can be calculated. Risk score. Likelihood rating. Impact rating. Risk score equals likelihood rating times impact rating. This helps rank risks in order of priority. 5.3 Risk matrix. A risk matrix, or probability impact matrix, is a visual grid that helps prioritize risks. Example 5x5 risk matrix. Extreme requires immediate action. High requires mitigation planning. Medium, monitor and control. Low, accept and review periodically. 5.4 Heat maps. A heat map takes the risk matrix a step further by using color coding to make high-priority risks visually stand out. Green equals low risk. Yellow equals medium risk. Orange equals high risk. Red equals extreme risk. This tool is widely used for board-level reporting and executive dashboards. 5.5 Risk categorization. Grouping risks into categories helps understand where the organization is most vulnerable. Example: 40% of top risks are operational. 30% are strategic. 20% are financial. 10% are compliance. This insight can guide resource allocation and internal controls. 5.6 Practical example. Scenario: software development project. Identified risks. Key developer resigns, likelihood 3, impact 4, right pointing arrow, risk score equals 12. Delay in client feedback, likelihood 4, impact 3, right pointing arrow, risk score equals 12. Cybersecurity breach, likelihood 2, impact 5, right pointing arrow, risk score equals 10. New competitor product launch, likelihood 3, impact 5, right pointing arrow, risk score equals 15. Prioritization result. Competitor product launch is highest priority, score 15. Developer resignation and client delay require immediate mitigation, score 12. Cybersecurity breach needs monitoring but is not urgent, score 10. 5.7 Case studies. Qualitative risk assessment in action. Case study 1, construction megaproject. A major infrastructure project used qualitative risk assessment workshops to identify and score 200+ risks before breaking ground. Outcome: risks were ranked in a matrix and tracked in a register. Top risks were escalated to executives early, preventing cost overruns. The project finished ahead of schedule and under budget. Case study 2, hospital patient safety program. A hospital introduced a qualitative risk matrix to evaluate patient safety hazards. Result: extreme risks like medication errors received immediate process redesigns. Incident rates dropped by 30% within 12 months. Case study 3, financial services firm. A bank used a heat map for enterprise risk reporting. Benefit: board members immediately saw a concentration of risks in credit portfolio. The bank tightened lending standards, reducing default rates during a downturn. 5.8 Strengths and limitations. Strengths: fast and inexpensive to implement. Works even with limited data. Easy for stakeholders to understand. Limitations: subjective, depends on participant judgment. Lacks precision compared to quantitative methods. May oversimplify complex interdependencies. 5.9 Key takeaways. Qualitative assessment is the first step in prioritizing risks. Likelihood and impact scoring create a shared language for decision-making. Risk matrices and heat maps provide powerful visuals for communication. Though subjective, this approach is highly practical and should be performed regularly to keep the risk register current. Chapter 6: Quantitative Risk Assessment. While qualitative risk assessment helps organizations quickly prioritize threats and opportunities, it has one major limitation: it is subjective. Quantitative risk assessment goes a step further by using data, statistics, and mathematical models to estimate risks with greater precision. This chapter explores key techniques for quantifying risk exposure, discusses their advantages and limitations, and demonstrates how they are applied in practice. 6.1 What is quantitative risk assessment? Quantitative risk assessment, QRA, is the process of using numerical data to estimate the likelihood of risk events, model the range of possible outcomes, calculate expected losses or gains. This approach provides decision-makers with concrete metrics, enabling data-driven risk responses and better cost-benefit analysis. 6.2 Key metrics in quantitative risk assessment. Expected monetary value, EMV. One of the simplest quantitative tools. EMV Probability of event. Monetary impact. EMV equals probability of event times monetary impact. Example: probability of supplier default equals 10%. Financial loss if default occurs equals $1 million. EMV equals $100,000, the average expected loss. Standard deviation and variance. Measure the volatility of outcomes. Higher variance equals greater uncertainty equals higher risk. Example: two investment portfolios have the same average return, 8%, but Portfolio A's returns vary between 7 to 9%, low variance. Portfolio B's returns vary between -10% and +25%, high variance. Portfolio B is riskier despite having the same expected return. Value at risk, VAR. VAR estimates the maximum expected loss over a given time horizon at a specified confidence level. Example: a portfolio has a one-day 95% VAR of $5 million right-pointing arrow. There is a 5% chance the portfolio will lose more than $5 million in a day. VAR is widely used in banking, investment, and regulatory reporting. Conditional value at risk, CVAR. Also known as expected shortfall, CVAR goes beyond VAR by estimating the average loss in the worst-case tail of the distribution. Useful for stress testing. Capturing extreme events that VAR might ignore. Sensitivity and scenario analysis. Sensitivity analysis. Change one variable at a time to see its effect on the outcome. Scenario analysis. Model different combinations of variables, e.g., best case, worst case, most likely case. These techniques are critical for capital budgeting, project management, and forecasting. Monte Carlo simulation. Monte Carlo simulation uses random sampling to simulate thousands or millions of possible outcomes. Steps. Define input variables, e.g., demand, costs, exchange rates. Assign probability distributions to each variable. Run simulations to produce a probability distribution of results. Analyze mean variance and tail risks. Example: a manufacturing firm simulates profit outcomes based on fluctuating raw material prices, demand variability, production downtime probabilities. This approach shows not just the average profit, but the full range of possible outcomes, including the probability of a loss. 6.3 Tools for quantitative risk assessment. Excel or Google Sheets for EMV, sensitivity analysis, and simple models. Risk analysis software. At Risk, Crystal Ball for Monte Carlo simulations. Statistical programming, Python, R, MATLAB for advanced modeling. Financial risk platforms, Bloomberg Risk Metrics for VAR and stress testing. 6.4 Strengths and limitations. Strengths. Provides numeric outputs for better decision-making. Enables cost-benefit analysis of mitigation strategies. Allows modeling of extreme events and tail risk. Limitations. Requires reliable data, garbage in equals garbage out. Can be complex and time-consuming. Models may give a false sense of security if assumptions are wrong. 6.5 Case Studies, Quantitative Risk in Action. Case Study 1, J.P. Morgan's London Whale 2012. J.P. Morgan's Chief Investment Office used VAR to monitor portfolio risk, but failed to detect excessive exposure due to model errors. Lessons learned. Quantitative models must be validated regularly. Over-reliance on a single metric, VAR, can hide tail risk. Scenario analysis should complement standard metrics. Case Study 2, Energy Company Capital Project. An oil and gas firm used Monte Carlo simulation to assess cost and schedule risk for a $2 billion offshore drilling project. Outcome. Simulation revealed a 40% chance of exceeding budget. Management added contingency funding and adjusted schedule expectations. Final cost overrun was limited to 5%, far below industry average. Case Study 3, Credit Risk Modeling. A large bank used statistical models to predict default probabilities for its retail loan portfolio. Result: high-risk borrowers were identified earlier. Loss reserves were adjusted proactively. Default rate dropped by 15% after implementing stricter credit screening. 6.6 When to use quantitative risk assessment. Quantitative techniques are most appropriate when the stakes are high, large financial exposure. Reliable historical data exists. Regulatory requirements mandate numerical measures, e.g., Basel III for banks. Management needs probability distributions, not just rankings. 6.7 Key takeaways. Quantitative risk assessment provides data-driven insights that complement qualitative approaches. Tools like EMV, VAR, CVAR, and Monte Carlo simulations help measure and manage uncertainty more precisely. Models must be validated, updated, and combined with human judgment to avoid overconfidence. Case studies show that organizations using QRA make better capital allocation and risk response decisions. Chapter 7: Risk Avoidance and Prevention. Once risks have been identified and assessed, the next step is to decide how to respond. One of the most proactive approaches is risk avoidance and prevention, eliminating the source of risk altogether or taking measures to stop it from materializing. This chapter explains what risk avoidance is, how it differs from other strategies when it is appropriate, and how organizations implement prevention programs effectively. 7.1 Understanding risk avoidance. Risk avoidance means choosing not to engage in an activity or situation that carries risk. It is the most absolute form of risk response. Rather than managing or mitigating risk, the organization simply avoids exposure. Examples: a company decides not to enter a politically unstable market. A hospital stops using a medical device after repeated safety incidents. An IT team discontinues a vulnerable software platform rather than patching it repeatedly. 7.2 Risk Prevention. While avoidance removes risk entirely by eliminating the activity, risk prevention involves taking proactive measures to reduce the likelihood of the risk event. Examples of prevention measures: safety training programs for employees, preventive maintenance on equipment, fire suppression systems in manufacturing plants, anti-phishing awareness campaigns to prevent cyberattacks. 7.3 When to use risk avoidance and prevention. Risk avoidance and prevention are most appropriate when the risk's impact is catastrophic and cannot be tolerated. The cost of mitigation is lower than the potential loss. The activity is not critical to achieving strategic objectives. However, avoidance has trade-offs. It may mean losing potential opportunities. Overuse can make organizations too conservative, reducing innovation. 7.4 Risk avoidance versus other strategies. 7.5 Designing prevention programs. Step 1. Identify critical risks. Focus on high-priority risks with significant potential impact. Step 2. Root cause analysis. Use tools like 5 Whys or Fishbone Ishikawa diagrams to find underlying causes. Step 3. Implement controls. Engineering controls, e.g., safety interlocks. Administrative controls, e.g., procedures, training. Technological controls, e.g., monitoring systems. Step 4. Measure effectiveness. Track metrics such as number of incidents prevented, near-miss reporting rates, downtime or loss reductions. 7.6 Examples of risk avoidance and prevention in practice. Example 1. Pharmaceutical company and drug development. A pharmaceutical firm terminated a late-stage clinical trial after early results showed severe side effects. Outcome: the decision avoided regulatory penalties and reputational damage. The company reallocated funds to a safer drug candidate. Example 2. Airline industry safety standards. Airlines have rigorous preventive maintenance schedules. Regular inspections. Engine part replacements before failure. Pilot training for emergency scenarios. Impact: air travel is now one of the safest modes of transportation, with accident rates dramatically reduced over the past 50 years. Example 3. Cybersecurity risk avoidance. A financial institution stopped supporting outdated browsers that could not meet modern encryption standards. Result: eliminated a major attack vector. Reduced IT support costs by standardizing platforms. 7.7 Case Studies, Lessons Learned. Case Study 1, Ford Pinto Recall 1970s. Ford initially chose not to recall the Pinto, despite known fuel tank risks. The company faced lawsuits, reputational damage, and public outrage. Lesson: sometimes avoidance or corrective action is cheaper in the long run than tolerating the risk and dealing with consequences. Case Study 2, Sony PlayStation Network Breach 2011. Sony suffered a massive data breach, affecting 77 million accounts. Following the incident, Sony invested heavily in preventive cybersecurity controls. Lesson: prevention measures may seem costly upfront, but they protect against far larger losses from data breaches, regulatory fines, and customer trust erosion. Case Study 3, Toyota's Global Safety Initiative. After a series of recalls related to unintended acceleration, Toyota redesigned manufacturing processes to eliminate root causes and invested in improved quality controls. Lesson: prevention programs can restore brand trust and reduce long-term operational risk. 7.8 Key Takeaways. Risk avoidance eliminates risk by not engaging in the activity at all. Risk prevention reduces the likelihood of risk events through proactive controls. These strategies are best for high-impact, intolerable risks where mitigation or transfer is not enough. Root cause analysis and robust prevention programs significantly reduce exposure. Case studies show that proactive avoidance can save costs, protect reputation, and prevent crises. Chapter 8: Risk Reduction and Mitigation. While risk avoidance removes the exposure entirely, most risks cannot be fully avoided, especially those tied to core operations or strategic goals. Risk reduction and mitigation strategies focus on minimizing the likelihood or impact of risks so that they fall within acceptable limits. This chapter explores practical methods for risk mitigation, design of internal controls, and contingency planning for resilience. 8.1 Understanding risk reduction. Risk reduction, or mitigation, involves implementing measures to make risks less severe or less likely. Instead of canceling a project avoidance, organizations may choose to proceed but add safeguards. 8.2 Approaches to risk reduction. Process improvements. Streamline workflows to reduce errors. Automate manual processes to minimize human error. Use Lean Six Sigma techniques to reduce variability. Internal controls. Internal controls are policies, procedures, and systems designed to ensure accuracy of financial reporting, protection of assets, compliance with regulations. Examples: segregation of duties. No single person can approve and execute payments. Access controls to IT systems. Dual approvals for high-value transactions. Safety and engineering controls. Guardrails, machine interlocks, PPE, personal protective equipment. Building codes and fire safety systems. Hazardous material containment systems. Diversification. Reduce dependence on a single point of failure. Multiple suppliers in different geographies. Portfolio diversification to spread market risk. Multi-cloud IT infrastructure to avoid service outages. Training and awareness. Human error is a common risk driver. Regular staff training programs. Cybersecurity, phishing simulations. Safety drills and emergency response training. 8.3 Contingency planning. Even with controls in place, some risks will still materialize. Contingency planning ensures preparedness. Key elements. Trigger points define when to activate contingency plans. Roles and responsibilities assign decision makers and communication channels. Resources pre-arrange alternative suppliers, backup systems, or funding. Testing conduct drills to ensure plans work under pressure. 8.4 Residual risk. No mitigation strategy eliminates risk entirely. Residual risk is what remains after controls are applied. Management must determine if this residual risk is within the organization's risk appetite. If not, additional measures or transfer mechanisms are needed. 8.5 Balancing cost and benefit. Mitigation should be economically rational. Use cost-benefit analysis, CBA. Estimate the cost of control measures. Compare to the expected reduction in loss, calculated via EMV or other quantitative tools. Select solutions where benefit exceeds cost. 8.6 Examples of risk mitigation in action. Example 1. Redundancy in data centers. A global e-commerce company runs mirrored data centers in multiple regions. If one fails, traffic is automatically routed to another. Downtime is reduced from hours to minutes. Example 2. Supplier diversification. A car manufacturer sources key components from 3 suppliers in different countries. When one supplier faces a natural disaster, production continues with minimal disruption. Example 3. Fraud detection systems. Banks use real-time analytics to flag suspicious transactions. Machine learning models block fraud attempts. Losses are reduced dramatically without disrupting legitimate customers. 8.7 Case studies, risk mitigation in practice. Case study 1, Apple and supply chain resilience. Apple invests in dual sourcing and keeps strategic stockpiles of key components like semiconductors. Outcome: Apple recovered faster than competitors during global chip shortages. Shows the value of proactive mitigation for operational continuity. Case study 2, Deepwater Horizon 2010. BP's inadequate mitigation controls contributed to one of the worst oil spills in history. Blowout preventers failed due to poor maintenance. Lessons learned. Mitigation must include regular testing and validation of safety systems. Regulatory and internal oversight are critical to avoid complacency. Case study 3, Global Pandemic Preparedness. Organizations with contingency plans for remote work were able to pivot during COVID-19 with minimal disruption. Examples: tech firms with cloud-based infrastructure transitioned quickly to work from home. Businesses without mitigation plans faced productivity losses and operational chaos. 8.8 Best practices for risk mitigation. Use layered controls, technical plus administrative plus physical. Monitor key risk indicators, CRIS, to detect emerging threats early. Test contingency plans regularly, tabletop exercises, simulations. Keep mitigation strategies aligned with changing business objectives. 8.9 Key takeaways. Risk reduction focuses on making risks tolerable rather than eliminating them completely. Internal controls, diversification, training, and process improvements are common mitigation tools. Contingency planning prepares organizations for unavoidable risks. Cost-benefit analysis ensures resources are spent efficiently. Case studies show that strong mitigation programs build resilience and competitive advantage. Chapter 9 Risk Transfer. Not all risks can be avoided or mitigated internally. Some are better shifted to a third party that is better equipped or more willing to bear them. Risk transfer allows organizations to reduce their own exposure, while continuing business activities that carry unavoidable risks. This chapter explores the key mechanisms of risk transfer, including insurance, contractual agreements, and financial instruments, as well as their advantages, limitations, and real-world applications. 9.1 What is risk transfer? Risk transfer means shifting the financial consequences of a risk event to another entity, usually in exchange for a fee or premium. Examples: purchasing insurance to cover potential losses, using contracts to pass risk to suppliers or subcontractors, hedging currency exposure with derivatives. 9.2 Types of risk transfer. Insurance. Insurance is the most common and formalized risk transfer mechanism. Key characteristics: premiums, regular payments to the insurer. Coverage limits, maximum payout for a claim. Deductibles, portion of loss borne by the insured. Types of business insurance: property and casualty, general liability, cybersecurity insurance, business interruption, directors and officers, D&O liability. Contractual risk transfer. Organizations can shift responsibility for certain risks through contracts. Indemnity clauses. One party agrees to compensate the other for specified losses. Hold harmless agreements. Protect one party from legal liability. Warranties and guarantees. Suppliers take responsibility for product quality or performance. Outsourcing and partnerships. Some risks can be transferred by partnering with specialized providers. Outsourcing IT to a cybersecurity firm. Using a logistics provider with its own liability coverage. Co-manufacturing agreements where the partner shares supply chain risk. Financial instruments. Certain financial risks can be transferred using derivatives. Futures and forwards lock in prices for commodities or currencies. Options provide downside protection while allowing upside potential. Swaps exchange interest rate or currency exposure with a counterparty. 9.3 Advantages of risk transfer. Predictability transfers potentially catastrophic losses into a fixed cost insurance premium. Specialization transfers risk to parties with expertise in managing it. Capital protection reduces financial volatility, supporting long-term stability. 9.4 Limitations and considerations. Cost. Premiums and fees can be significant. Moral hazard. Parties may take on more risk once it's transferred. Residual risk. Deductibles, exclusions, or claim disputes may leave some exposure. Counterparty risk. The transferring entity must be financially sound, e.g., insurer solvency. 9.5 Designing a risk transfer strategy. Step 1. Identify transferable risks. Not all risks can or should be transferred. Focus on low-frequency, high-impact risks. Step 2. Select the right mechanism. Match transfer method to risk type. Insurance for property damage. Contracts for liability or performance. Hedging for market risk. Step 3. Negotiate terms. Coverage limits and exclusions. Premium cost versus benefit. Claims process and responsibilities. Step 4. Monitor and review. Regularly reassess coverage and update as business grows or risk profile changes. 9.6 Case studies. Risk transfer in practice. Case Study 1. Marriott Cyber Breach 2018. Marriott's acquisition of Starwood exposed the company to a massive data breach. While Marriott faced regulatory fines, cyber insurance absorbed a significant portion of costs. Lesson: cyber insurance can reduce the financial blow of breaches, but organizations must also invest in strong preventive measures. Case Study 2. Delta Airlines Fuel Hedging. Delta used fuel hedging contracts to stabilize jet fuel costs during volatile oil markets. Outcome: protected operating margins from sharp price swings. Allowed more predictable ticket pricing. Case Study 3: Construction Industry Contracts. Large construction projects use contracts with liquidated damages clauses, transferring risk of delays to subcontractors. Result: encourages on-time delivery and limits the main contractor's financial exposure. 9.7 Best Practices for Risk Transfer. Use transfer as part of an integrated risk management strategy, not a standalone solution. Evaluate the financial health of insurers and counterparties. Avoid over-reliance. Transferred risk does not mean no risk. Review contracts and policies annually to align with changing exposures. 9.8 Key Takeaways. Risk transfer shifts financial consequences to third parties through insurance contracts, outsourcing, or financial instruments. It is best used for low-frequency, high-severity risks that would significantly harm the organization. Transfer mechanisms have costs and residual exposures that must be monitored. Successful organizations combine risk transfer with avoidance, reduction, and contingency planning for a balanced approach. Chapter 10: Risk Acceptance and Retention. Not all risks can be avoided, mitigated, or transferred, and in many cases it is neither cost-effective nor strategic to attempt to do so. Sometimes, the best course of action is to consciously accept the risk and prepare to absorb its impact if it materializes. This chapter explains when risk acceptance is appropriate, how to differentiate between active and passive acceptance, and how organizations plan for retained risks. 10.1 Understanding Risk Acceptance. Risk acceptance, also called risk retention, is a deliberate decision to tolerate a risk without taking additional action to avoid, transfer, or mitigate it. Key reasons to accept risk. Cost of mitigation: expected loss. Risk is within tolerance and aligns with organizational risk appetite. Strategic necessity: some risks are inherent in innovation and growth. 10.2 Active versus passive risk acceptance. Active acceptance is part of good governance. Passive acceptance often reflects risk management failure. 10.3 Retained risk and self-insurance. Organizations sometimes retain risk intentionally and prepare financially. Self-insurance funds set aside capital reserves to pay for potential losses. Captive insurance companies create a wholly owned subsidiary to insure risks internally. This approach is common among large corporations, where commercial insurance is too expensive or coverage is insufficient. 10.4 Factors to consider before accepting risk. Risk appetite and tolerance: ensure acceptance aligns with board-approved thresholds. Expected impact: quantify potential financial, operational, and reputational consequences. Liquidity and resilience: confirm the organization can absorb the loss without threatening survival. Opportunity cost: assess whether mitigation or transfer would be cheaper or more beneficial in the long run. 10.5 Risk monitoring for accepted risks. Accepted risks are not forgotten risks. They must be tracked in a risk register, monitored with key risk indicators (CRIS), reviewed periodically to confirm they are still acceptable. 10.6 Examples of risk acceptance. Example 1: Retail store shrinkage. Retailers know that a small percentage of inventory will be lost to theft or damage. Instead of spending excessively on security, they budget for shrinkage as a cost of doing business. Example 2: Startups and market risk. A startup launching a new product accepts the risk of low adoption rates because the potential upside is significant. Extensive market research would be too costly and slow time to market. Example 3: Airlines and weather delays. Airlines cannot control weather disruptions. They accept the risk, but maintain contingency plans to manage passenger rebooking and communication. 10.7 Case studies: lessons from risk acceptance. Case Study 1: Tesla's Supply Chain Choices. Tesla historically chose not to hedge commodity prices aggressively, accepting volatility in raw material costs to maintain flexibility. Lesson: strategic risk acceptance can preserve capital and allow faster reaction to market changes. Case Study 2: Government Disaster Funds. Some governments choose not to buy catastrophe bonds or private disaster coverage. Instead, they maintain sovereign disaster funds to cover losses from earthquakes, floods, or hurricanes. Lesson: risk retention can be efficient when funds are large enough to cover potential losses and administrative costs of insurance are high. Case Study 3: Microsoft Cybersecurity Risk. Microsoft accepts that some zero-day exploits will occur despite its robust security program. The company invests in incident response teams and patch deployment systems, rather than attempting to prevent every possible exploit. Lesson: acceptance does not mean inaction, it often requires strong preparedness. 10.8 Best Practices for Risk Acceptance. Document decisions and approval authority. Include accepted risks in enterprise risk reporting. Monitor changes in risk profile, probability impact. Set aside adequate reserves for retained risks. Reassess periodically. A risk acceptable today may be unacceptable tomorrow. 10.9 Key Takeaways. Risk acceptance is a deliberate decision to tolerate risk within defined limits. It is often the most cost-effective approach for low-impact, low-probability risks. Active acceptance should be documented and monitored to avoid blind spots. Self-insurance and captive insurance are tools for structured risk retention. Case studies show that strategic acceptance can enable agility, innovation, and financial efficiency. Chapter 11: Risk Monitoring and Review. Risk management is not a one-time exercise. Once risks have been identified, assessed, and treated, they must be continuously monitored to ensure that controls remain effective and that new risks are detected early. This chapter explores the tools, techniques, and governance processes used to monitor risk, review performance, and keep decision-makers informed. 11.1 Why risk monitoring is essential. Dynamic environments. Risks change over time as markets, technology, and regulations evolve. Emerging threats. Early detection prevents small problems from becoming crises. Control validation. Ensures mitigation strategies are still working as intended. Compliance. Many regulations, e.g., SOX, ISO 31000, require ongoing monitoring and reporting. 11.2 Key components of risk monitoring. Risk registers. The risk register is a living document that tracks risk descriptions, assessment scores, likelihood impact, controls and owners, residual risk, status updates. Regular updates ensure decisions are based on the latest information. Key risk indicators, CRIS. CRIS are measurable metrics that signal changes in risk exposure. Examples: operational risk, machine downtime frequency, employee turnover rates. Financial risk, liquidity ratios, credit spreads. Cyber risk, number of phishing attempts detected, patching lag time. CRIS should be predictive, provide early warning, not just after-the-fact data. Actionable, trigger specific responses when thresholds are breached. Risk dashboards. Visual dashboards help management see risk trends at a glance. Common features. Heat maps showing high-priority risks. Traffic light indicators, green, yellow, red for CRIS. Trend graphs to spot deteriorating conditions. Audits and control testing. Internal audit teams perform control effectiveness testing. Verify whether mitigation measures are functioning. Compliance checks. Ensure adherence to policies and regulations. Independent assurance. Provide objective reporting to the board. 11.3 Review and reporting processes. Regular reviews. Monthly, quarterly, operational risks and CRIS. Annual, enterprise-wide risk assessment refresh. Ad hoc, after major events e.g. mergers, market shocks. Escalation protocols. Define when risks should be escalated to senior management or the board, especially if residual risk exceeds tolerance. 11.4 Technology for risk monitoring. Modern organizations leverage digital tools. GRC, governance, risk and compliance platforms, automate workflows, risk scoring and reporting. Real-time monitoring tools, cybersecurity SIEM systems, financial risk analytics engines. AI ML models, detect patterns and anomalies that humans might miss. 11.5 Continuous improvement. Risk monitoring should feed into lessons learned and process improvements. Identify control weaknesses and redesign them. Update training and awareness programs. Adjust risk appetite if business strategy evolves. 11.6 Examples of risk monitoring in action. Example 1. Banking industry stress testing. Banks conduct regular stress tests under scenarios like economic downturns or liquidity shocks. Results are reported to regulators. Findings guide capital planning and credit policies. Example 2. Airline safety monitoring. Airlines use flight data monitoring systems to spot trends in pilot performance and equipment wear. Near misses trigger root cause analysis. Prevents accidents through early intervention. Example 3. Tech company cybersecurity dashboard. A global tech firm monitors real-time CRIS. Number of blocked attacks. Average detection and response time. Patch compliance rates. Outcome. Risk posture is visible to executives, enabling quick investment decisions in security controls. 11.7 Case studies, lessons learned. Case study 1, Volkswagen diesel emission scandal. Failure to detect internal compliance violations early led to billions in fines and reputational damage. Lesson. Effective monitoring must include cultural and compliance risks, not just operational metrics. Case study 2, Wells Fargo fake account scandal. Key performance indicators, KPIs, focused on sales targets without balancing CRIS for misconduct risk. Lesson. Monitoring must be holistic. Tracking leading indicators of misconduct could have prevented escalation. Case study 3, NASA Challenger disaster. Warnings about O-ring failure were ignored due to poor risk communication. Lesson. Monitoring data is useless unless acted upon. Governance and escalation are critical. 11.8 Best practices for risk monitoring and review. Align monitoring with business objectives and risk appetite. Focus on a manageable number of meaningful CRIS. Automate data collection where possible to reduce manual errors. Ensure timely communication of risks to decision makers. Use monitoring insights to update risk registers and treatment plans. 11.9 Key takeaways. Risk monitoring ensures that risk management remains dynamic and relevant. CRIS dashboards and audits provide early warning and performance measurement. Governance and escalation protocols ensure risks are acted on quickly. Continuous review supports a culture of learning and resilience. Case studies highlight the cost of poor monitoring and the value of proactive oversight. Chapter 12, Crisis Management and Business Continuity Planning. Even the most robust risk management framework cannot prevent all adverse events. When a crisis strikes, whether it's a cyber attack, natural disaster, financial shock, or reputational scandal, an organization's survival depends on its preparedness, coordination, and speed of response. This chapter explores crisis management principles, the design of business continuity and disaster recovery plans, and lessons from real-world events. 12.1 What is a crisis? A crisis is an unexpected high-impact event that threatens an organization's operations, assets, reputation, or stakeholders. Requires immediate decision-making under pressure. Has potential to escalate if not managed quickly and effectively. Examples: IT system outage halting operations. Public relations scandal damaging brand trust. Natural disaster disrupting supply chains. Regulatory investigation threatening business licenses. 12.2 The crisis management cycle. Crisis management is not just reaction, it is a cycle of preparation, detection, response, and recovery. 1. Preparation. Risk scenarios and crisis playbooks. Crisis communication plans. Designated response teams and training. 2. Detection. Monitoring systems for early warning, cyber alerts, financial anomalies. Incident reporting protocols. 3. Response. Rapid mobilization of crisis teams. Decision-making using predefined escalation processes. Transparent internal and external communication. 4. Recovery. Business continuity plans activated. Service restoration and stakeholder support. Post-crisis review and lessons learned. 12.3 Crisis management teams (CMTs). Effective crisis response requires a cross-functional team. Incident commander makes final decisions. Operations lead manages logistics and operational response. Communications lead handles media, employees, regulators. Technical lead resolves system or infrastructure issues. Legal compliance advises on liability and regulatory obligations. Regular training and simulations ensure team readiness. 12.4 Business continuity planning (BCP). BCP is the proactive process of ensuring critical functions continue during and after a disruption. Steps in BCP. Business impact analysis (BIA). Identify mission-critical processes. Determine maximum tolerable downtime (MTD). Assess financial and operational impact of disruptions. Continuity strategies. Alternative work locations, hot sites, remote work. Data backup and recovery plans. Cross-training staff for key roles. Plan development. Document procedures for activation, communication, and recovery. Include contact lists and decision authority. Testing and drills. Tabletop exercises and live simulations. Update plans based on gaps identified. 12.5 Disaster recovery (DR). Disaster recovery is a subset of BCP focused on IT and data recovery. Backup frequency and redundancy. Recovery point objective (RPO), maximum acceptable data loss. Recovery time objective (RTO), target time to restore systems. 12.6 Crisis communication. Communication is critical during crises. Be transparent but accurate, avoid speculation. Provide regular updates to employees, customers, regulators, and media. Designate a single spokesperson to avoid conflicting messages. Use multiple channels, press releases, social media, internal alerts. 12.7 Psychological and cultural aspects. Train leaders to manage stress and maintain morale. Foster a culture of reporting incidents early without fear of blame. Provide post-crisis support, e.g., counseling for employees after traumatic events. 12.8 Examples of crisis management in action. Example 1. Johnson & Johnson Tylenol recall 1982. When cyanide-laced Tylenol capsules caused several deaths, J&J immediately recalled 31 million bottles and introduced tamper-proof packaging. Outcome: public trust was restored. J&J became a case study in ethical crisis management. Example 2. Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack 2021. A ransomware attack forced the shutdown of the largest U.S. fuel pipeline. Colonial paid the ransom, but also worked with government agencies to restore operations. Lessons. Cyber incident response plans must include law enforcement collaboration. Communication with the public is crucial to prevent panic buying. Example 3. Toyota Earthquake Recovery 2011. After the Tohoku earthquake, Toyota activated its global BCP. Located alternate suppliers. Ramped up production in unaffected regions. Restored full output faster than competitors. 12.9 Common mistakes in crisis management. Delayed decision-making due to lack of clarity. Poor communication leading to loss of trust. Failing to test BCP-DR plans before a real crisis. Underestimating secondary effects, e.g. reputational damage. 12.10 Best practices for crisis preparedness. Integrate crisis management into enterprise risk management, (ERM). Maintain up-to-date BCPs with executive sponsorship. Conduct at least annual simulations and update plans based on outcomes. Keep stakeholder trust central to all crisis responses. 12.11 Key takeaways. Crisis management is about preparation, speed, and transparency. Business continuity planning ensures critical operations can withstand disruptions. Disaster recovery focuses on IT resilience and rapid system restoration. Communication strategy and leadership under pressure are as important as technical response. Real-world examples show that well-prepared organizations can turn crises into opportunities to demonstrate reliability. Chapter 13 Emerging Risks and Future Trends. The risk landscape is not static. It is constantly shifting as technology evolves, economies change, and global interconnectedness deepens. Forward-looking organizations do not just react to risks, they actively scan the horizon for emerging threats and opportunities. This chapter explores key emerging risks, their potential impact, and how risk management practices are evolving to meet these challenges. 13.1 What are emerging risks? Emerging risks are new or evolving threats with uncertain probability and impact. Often poorly understood due to lack of historical data. Potentially systemic, affecting multiple sectors simultaneously. They are characterized by high uncertainty, limited models or precedents exist. Complex interdependencies, one risk can trigger cascading failures. Long time horizons, some risks unfold over years or decades. 13.2 Key emerging risks. Climate change and environmental risk. Increased frequency of extreme weather events. Regulatory pressure to reduce carbon emissions. Supply chain disruption from resource scarcity. Implications. Businesses must consider climate scenario analysis and integrate ESG, environmental, social governance factors into risk assessments. Cybersecurity and digital risk. Growth of ransomware attacks, phishing, and nation-state cyber warfare. Risk of critical infrastructure shutdowns. Regulatory requirements for data privacy, GDPR, CCPA. Trend. Shift from perimeter defense to zero-trust architecture and continuous monitoring. Artificial intelligence, AI and automation risk. Algorithmic bias and unintended outcomes. Job displacement and workforce disruption. Ethical and regulatory challenges around AI decision-making. Risk managers must develop AI risk governance frameworks, ensure transparency, and monitor AI outputs for bias or errors. Geopolitical and supply chain risk. Rising geopolitical tensions and economic decoupling. Trade wars, sanctions, and reshoring of manufacturing. Vulnerability of global supply networks to single points of failure. Response. Increase supply chain visibility and build redundancy into sourcing strategies. Pandemic and health risk. COVID-19 highlighted the global impact of pandemics. Workforce absenteeism and health risks. Shutdown of entire sectors. Rise of remote work as a permanent fixture. Organizations must now include pandemic response playbooks in BCP. Reputation and social media risk. Viral social media crises can damage brands overnight. Cancel culture and stakeholder activism demand rapid response. Increasing focus on corporate social responsibility and ethics. Technological disruption. Blockchain, quantum computing, and Web3 could disrupt entire industries. Risk of obsolescence for traditional business models. Need for tech foresight teams to anticipate disruption. 13.3 Systemic risk and interconnectedness. Modern risks are interconnected. A cyber attack on a major financial institution could create global liquidity shocks. Climate disasters can trigger migration crises and political instability. Supply chain failures can amplify inflation and economic downturns. Risk management must take a systems-thinking approach, mapping dependencies and feedback loops. 13.4 Tools for emerging risk management. Horizon scanning. Regularly monitoring scientific, political, and technological developments. Scenario planning. Modeling multiple plausible futures to test resilience. Stress testing. Simulating extreme events to evaluate preparedness. Early warning systems. Using CRIS, AI, and predictive analytics to spot trends. 13.5 Future trends in risk management. Integrated risk and resilience programs. Move beyond siloed risk management to enterprise-wide risk resilience frameworks. Include financial, operational, reputational, and ESG risks. Real-time risk intelligence. Use of big data, IoT, and AI to detect emerging risks instantly. Dashboards providing live risk scores to executives. Quantifying intangible risks. Development of metrics for reputation, brand value, and human capital risks. Integration into financial reporting. Stakeholder-centric risk management. Focus on societal expectations, not just shareholder returns. Inclusion of sustainability and ethical considerations in decision-making. 13.6 Case studies, preparing for emerging risks. Case Study 1, BlackRock and ESG integration. BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, committed to making sustainability its new investment standard. Lesson: proactively addressing climate and ESG risks can attract investors and reduce long-term exposure. Case Study 2, Maersk Cyberattack 2017. Shipping giant Maersk suffered a NotPetya ransomware attack that shut down global operations. The company rebuilt 45,000 servers in 10 days. Lesson: cyber risk resilience requires not just defenses but rapid recovery capability. Case Study 3, Toyota supply chain reforms. After multiple natural disasters disrupted production, Toyota redesigned its supply chain to improve transparency and stockpiling of critical components. Lesson: organizations that learn from past shocks build resilience against future ones. 13.7 Key takeaways. Emerging risks are complex, fast-changing, and often systemic. Climate change, cyber threats, AI risk, and geopolitical volatility will dominate future risk landscapes. Horizon scanning, scenario planning, and stress testing are essential tools. Risk management must evolve toward continuous, predictive, and integrated systems. Case studies show that early preparation creates a competitive advantage when disruptions occur. Chapter 14: Building a risk-aware culture. Risk management is not just a process or a checklist, it is a mindset shared across an organization. A strong risk-aware culture ensures that risk considerations are embedded in everyday decision-making, from the boardroom to the front lines. This chapter explores the role of leadership, incentives, communication, and training in shaping a culture that supports proactive and responsible risk management. 14.1 Why culture matters in risk management. Human behavior drives risk outcomes. Most failures are not caused by a lack of controls, but by people bypassing or ignoring them. Culture determines risk appetite. Leadership's attitudes toward risk shape how employees perceive acceptable behavior. Culture enables early detection. Employees must feel safe raising concerns without fear of retaliation. 14.2 Elements of a risk-aware culture. A healthy risk culture is built on 4 pillars. Tone at the top. Board and executives set the example. Consistent messaging about the importance of risk management. Ethical decision-making prioritized over short-term gains. Clear accountability. Everyone understands their role in managing risk. Risk ownership assigned for key processes. Consequences for negligence and recognition for good risk behavior. Open communication. Safe reporting channels for near misses, incidents, and concerns. Whistleblower protection. Feedback loops to show that reports lead to action. Continuous learning. Regular training on emerging risks. Post-incident reviews that focus on learning, not blame. Encouragement to share lessons across teams. 14.3 Leadership's role in risk culture. Board of Directors. Approves risk appetite and tolerances. Receives regular risk reports, and challenges management when needed. Sets expectations for transparency and ethical conduct. Senior management. Embeds risk management into strategy. Allocates resources to risk controls and training. Reinforces desired behaviors through communication and incentives. Middle managers. Translate enterprise risk policies into day-to-day actions. Serve as role models for compliance and safety. Ensure teams are engaged and aware of risk priorities. 14.4 Embedding risk into decision-making. Include risk impact analysis in investment proposals and business cases. Use risk-adjusted performance metrics, e.g., risk-adjusted return on capital. Align incentives so employees are not rewarded for taking reckless shortcuts. 14.5 Training and awareness programs. Onboarding training. Introduce new employees to risk policies and expectations. Regular refreshers. Keep knowledge up to date, especially in regulated industries. Simulations and drills. Crisis simulations, cyber incident exercises, and tabletop scenarios. Gamification. Use quizzes and competitions to make risk awareness engaging. 14.6 Measuring risk culture. Key tools. Surveys. Assess employee perceptions of risk priorities and ethical climate. Behavioral metrics. Track near-miss reporting rates, control violations, whistleblower activity. Culture audits. Independent reviews of alignment between stated values and actual behaviors. 14.7 Overcoming cultural barriers. Common obstacles. Complacency, it won't happen here. Fear of retaliation. Employees hesitate to speak up. Siloed thinking, risks not shared across departments. Short-termism. Focus on quarterly results over long-term stability. Solutions. Build trust through consistent responses to issues. Encourage cross-functional collaboration. Reward early problem reporting and ethical decisions. 14.8 Case studies, risk culture in practice. Case study 1, BP Deepwater Horizon disaster 2010. Investigations revealed a culture that prioritized speed and cost-cutting over safety. Employees feared raising concerns that could delay operations. Lesson: a weak safety culture can override formal controls and lead to catastrophic outcomes. Case study 2, NASA's post-Challenger cultural reforms. After the Challenger disaster, NASA improved its safety culture by encouraging engineers to speak up, implementing independent review panels, fostering open debate about technical risks. Lesson: transforming culture requires structural and behavioral change. Case study 3, Google psychological safety. Google research found that teams with high psychological safety, freedom to speak up without fear, were more innovative and better at identifying risks early. Lesson: psychological safety is a core component of a healthy risk culture. 14.9 Best practices for building a risk-aware culture. Led by example, senior leaders must model desired behaviors. Communicate frequently, share success stories and lessons learned. Align incentives, avoid rewarding excessive risk-taking. Measure and improve, treat culture as a continuous improvement process. Empower employees, give everyone the tools and authority to act on risks. 14.10 Key takeaways. Culture is the glue that holds risk management together. Leadership behavior and tone at the top shape risk attitudes across the organization. Open communication and psychological safety encourage early risk reporting. Training, measurement, and incentives reinforce a strong risk culture. Case studies show that cultural failures can be as dangerous as technical failures. Chapter 15 Risk Governance and Regulatory Compliance. Risk governance provides the framework that ensures risk management is performed systematically, transparently, and in alignment with organizational objectives. Regulatory compliance ensures organizations operate within the law and meet industry standards, avoiding fines, sanctions, and reputational harm. This chapter examines governance models, regulatory expectations, and the critical link between compliance and enterprise risk management, ERM. 15.1 What is risk governance? Risk governance is the system of policies, processes, roles, and responsibilities used to direct and control risk management activities across the organization. Key objectives: ensure risks are identified, assessed, and managed consistently. Align risk management with strategic goals and risk appetite. Provide accountability and transparency for stakeholders. 15.2 Governance structures, the Three Lines Model. Formerly known as the Three Lines of Defense, this model clarifies responsibilities for risk management. This structure avoids overlap, promotes independence, and ensures accountability. 15.3 Risk committees and reporting. Board-level oversight. Risk committee oversees risk appetite, reviews risk reports, approves policies. Audit committee focuses on financial reporting and internal controls. Executive-level committees. Enterprise Risk Committee coordinates risk management across functions. Operational risk forums address day-to-day risk issues. 15.4 Risk appetite and policy frameworks. Risk appetite statement, RAS, defines acceptable levels of risk for key categories: credit, market, operational. Risk policies translate appetite into actionable limits and procedures. Delegation of authority clarifies decision-making power at each level. 15.5 Regulatory compliance landscape. Organizations must comply with a variety of laws, standards, and guidelines depending on industry and geography. Examples: financial services, Basel III, Dodd-Frank, MiFID II. Privacy and data, GDPR EU, CCPA California, HIPAA Healthcare. Corporate governance, Sarbanes-Oxley Act, SOX, UK Corporate Governance Code. Environmental, EU CSRD, SEC Climate Disclosure Rules. Non-compliance can lead to fines and penalties. Criminal liability for executives. Reputational and market value damage. 15.6 Integrating compliance into risk management. Compliance should not be siloed, it should be part of the broader ERM framework. Compliance risk assessment. Identify areas with regulatory exposure. Control testing. Regularly verify compliance with laws and policies. Regulatory change management. Track new rules and update procedures proactively. Reporting. Provide regulators and stakeholders with transparent updates. 15.7 Technology in risk governance. GRC platforms, centralize risk, compliance, and audit data. RegTech solutions, automate monitoring of regulatory changes. Data analytics, detect anomalies and compliance breaches early. 15.8 Case studies, governance and compliance in action. Case Study 1, Wells Fargo Sales Practices Scandal. Weak governance allowed fraudulent accounts to proliferate. Lack of board oversight and misaligned incentives led to regulatory fines exceeding $3 billion. Lesson: strong governance must challenge management assumptions and monitor incentive structures. Case Study 2, Volkswagen Emissions Scandal. Deliberate circumvention of emissions regulations resulted in billions in fines and reputational collapse. Lesson: compliance culture must be enforced at all levels. Technical teams should never feel pressure to bypass regulations. Case Study 3, HSBC Anti-Money Laundering Failures. HSBC faced a $1.9 billion fine in 2012 for failing to prevent money laundering. Post-crisis, HSBC overhauled its compliance function and invested heavily in monitoring systems. Lesson: compliance failures can threaten the license to operate. Corrective action must be systemic. 15.9 Best Practices in Risk Governance. Establish clear risk ownership across all levels. Ensure board and executive committees receive timely and actionable risk reports. Integrate compliance with risk management, avoid silos. Maintain independent internal audit for objective assurance. Regularly review governance frameworks to adapt to changing risks. 15.10 Key Takeaways. Risk governance ensures risk management is structured, transparent, and aligned with strategy. The Three Lines model clarifies responsibilities across business, oversight, and assurance. Regulatory compliance is not optional. It protects reputation and legal standing. Case studies demonstrate that governance failures can have catastrophic financial and reputational impact. Best-in-class organizations integrate governance, compliance, and into a single cohesive system. Chapter 16, Risk Quantification and Modeling. Risk quantification is the process of translating uncertainty into measurable values that support informed decision-making. By using statistical, financial, and mathematical models, organizations can prioritize risks, allocate capital, and simulate potential outcomes before they occur. This chapter provides a deep dive into risk modeling techniques, including probability distributions, value at risk (VAR), Monte Carlo simulation, stress testing, and scenario analysis. 16.1 Why quantify risk? Prioritization. Focus on risks with the greatest expected impact. Capital allocation. Optimize reserves, insurance, and hedging strategies. Regulatory compliance. Basel III, Solvency II, and others require quantified risk metrics. Decision support. Data-driven insights for investments, projects, and strategy. 16.2 Key concepts in risk quantification. Probability. Likelihood of a risk event occurring. Severity. Magnitude of impact, financial, operational, reputational. Expected loss, probability times severity. Tail risk, extreme low probability but high impact outcomes. Correlation, interdependence between risks, critical for portfolio modeling. 16.3 Probability distributions for risk. Choosing the right distribution helps model uncertainty accurately. 16.4 Risk modeling techniques. Sensitivity analysis. Measures how changes in key variables affect outcomes. Example: testing how a 1% increase in interest rates affects profit. Scenario analysis. Constructs plausible what-if scenarios. Best case, worst case. Regulatory scenarios. Macroeconomic stress scenarios. Used extensively in financial stress testing, e.g., Federal Reserve CCAR tests. Monte Carlo simulation. Uses random sampling to model thousands of potential outcomes. Steps: define input distributions. Simulate large number of trials. Analyze output distribution, mean percentiles, tail events. Example applications: project cost risk forecasting, portfolio value at risk (VAR), energy demand forecasting, value at risk (VAR). Measures the maximum expected loss over a time horizon at a given confidence level. Example: one day 99% VAR equals $5 million, means there is only a 1% chance of losing more than $5 million in a single day. Conditional value at risk, CVAR, also called expected shortfall, looks at the average loss beyond VAR threshold. Better for capturing tail risk. Stress testing applies extreme but plausible shocks to assess resilience. Examples: sudden 30% market drop, cyber attack disabling operations for 1 week, pandemic causing 50% workforce absenteeism. Correlation and portfolio effects. Risk is not just the sum of individual risks. Diversification matters. Modeling correlation helps optimize risk exposure across multiple business units or assets. 16.5 Data challenges and model risk. Data quality: garbage in equals garbage out. Model risk: overfitting or using wrong assumptions leads to misleading results. Black swan events: models based on historical data may underestimate rare events. Best practice: validate models regularly. Include expert judgment where data is sparse. Maintain documentation and version control for model assumptions. 16.6 Risk quantification in practice. Example 1. Insurance industry. Actuaries use frequency-severity models and Monte Carlo simulations to price policies and set reserves. Example 2. Energy sector. Energy traders use VAR to measure daily exposure to price volatility and allocate hedging capital. Example 3. Construction projects. Project managers use simulation to forecast schedule slippage and cost overruns, allowing for contingency planning. 16.7 Case studies, lessons from risk modeling. Case study 1, J.P. Morgan London Whale, 2012. VAR models underestimated tail risk due to model changes that masked exposure. Losses exceeded $6 billion. Lesson: model governance is critical. Independent validation and challenge functions are required. Case study 2 to 2008 financial crisis. Over-reliance on Gaussian copula models for mortgage-backed securities led to underestimation of systemic risk. Lesson: quant models must account for extreme correlations and feedback loops in crises. Case study 3, Shell scenario planning. Shell has used scenario planning for decades to anticipate energy transitions and geopolitical shifts, helping the company stay competitive. Lesson: qualitative scenarios complement quantitative models, both are necessary. 16.8 Best practices in risk quantification. Combine quantitative models with expert judgment. Test multiple distributions, not just normal assumptions. Regularly backtest models against actual outcomes. Use stress testing and reverse stress testing for extreme scenarios. Communicate results clearly. Avoid overloading decision-makers with technical jargon. 16.9 Key takeaways. Risk quantification turns uncertainty into actionable insights. Techniques include sensitivity analysis, scenario analysis, Monte Carlo simulation, and VAR/CVAR. Correlations and tail risks must be considered to avoid blind spots. Models must be validated and governed to prevent misuse. Case studies highlight that poor modeling can amplify crises, but good modeling enables resilience. Chapter 17 Technology and Risk Management. Technology has become both a source of risk and a powerful enabler for risk management. Organizations are increasingly using automation, artificial intelligence, big data, and specialized platforms to monitor, analyze, and respond to risks in real time. This chapter explores how digital tools are transforming risk management processes and what organizations must do to harness these tools effectively. 17.1 The dual nature of technology in risk. Technology introduces new risks, cybersecurity threats, data breaches, AI bias, system outages. New solutions, advanced analytics, automated controls, real-time monitoring. A mature risk function balances adoption and resilience, leveraging tech to improve controls while planning for potential failures. 17.2 Key technologies in risk management. Governance, risk and compliance, GRC platforms. Centralize risk registers, controls, and incident reports. Provide dashboards for board and management oversight. Automate workflows for risk assessments and compliance attestations. Popular platforms, MetricStream, Archer, ServiceNow, GRC. Risk analytics and business intelligence. Use of big data to detect anomalies, e.g., fraud detection. Visualization tools, Power BI, Tableau, to display risk heat maps and trends. Predictive analytics, to forecast emerging risks. Artificial intelligence, AI and machine learning, ML. Applications. Fraud detection. ML models detect unusual transactions. Cybersecurity. AI-based threat detection for malware and phishing. Predictive maintenance. AI predicts equipment failures before they occur. Scenario modeling. Machine learning generates complex scenario simulations. Robotic process automation, RPA. Automates repetitive compliance tasks like control testing, data reconciliation. Reduces human error, and frees staff for strategic analysis. Cloud computing. Benefits. Scalability, for disaster recovery and data backup. Real-time collaboration on risk data. Faster deployment of risk analytics tools. Risks. Dependence on third-party providers. Data residency and privacy compliance issues. Cybersecurity tools. SIEM, Security Information and Event Management, real-time monitoring of logs. SOAR, Security Orchestration, Automation and Response, automates incident response playbooks. Zero Trust Architecture, requires verification for every access request. RegTech, Regulatory Technology. Automates compliance reporting to regulators. Monitors regulatory changes and updates controls accordingly. Uses natural language processing, NLP, to analyze new laws. 17.3 Digital risk dashboards. Provide executive visibility into risk posture. Combine key risk indicators, CRIS, incidents, and emerging threats. Offer drill-down capability for root cause analysis. Example. A cyber risk dashboard might display number of attacks blocked daily. Mean time to detect, MTTD. Mean time to respond, MTTR. Patch compliance % by system. 17.4 Data and model governance. With powerful analytics comes model risk. Biased data can produce discriminatory outcomes. Algorithms may be opaque, black box, making audits difficult. Continuous monitoring is required to ensure models remain valid. Best practice. Maintain model inventory with documentation. Perform periodic validation and independent challenge. Use explainable AI, XAI techniques for transparency. 17.5 Cybersecurity and digital resilience. Cybersecurity is now considered a board-level risk. Incident response plans must include ransomware, data breaches, and insider threats. Investment in cyber hygiene, multi-factor authentication, encryption, regular patching is essential. 17.6 Case studies, technology-driven risk management. Case Study 1, PayPal Fraud Detection. PayPal uses ML models trained on billions of transactions to detect fraud in real time. Lesson: AI can dramatically reduce losses when fed with quality data and continuously updated. Case Study 2, JP Morgan Coin Platform. JP Morgan's Contract Intelligence Coin platform uses machine learning to review 12,000 commercial credit agreements in seconds, a task that used to take 360,000 hours. Lesson: automation reduces operational risk and compliance errors. Case Study 3, Maersk Post-NotPetya Cyber Response. Maersk rebuilt its IT infrastructure in 10 days after a ransomware attack, aided by a single surviving backup server in Ghana. Lesson: cloud backups and resilient architecture can drastically reduce downtime. 17.7 Challenges of Tech-Driven Risk Management. Cost of implementation. Advanced tools require investment. Talent shortage. Skilled data scientists and cybersecurity experts are in high demand. Over-reliance on automation. Blind trust in AI may create new risks. Privacy and ethics. Responsible data usage must be a priority. 17.8 Best practices for leveraging technology. Start with clear objectives, don't implement tech for its own sake. Integrate risk tools with existing systems for seamless data flow. Train staff to interpret dashboards and take action on insights. Maintain a balance between automation and human oversight. 17.9 Key takeaways. Technology amplifies both risks and opportunities. GRC systems, AI, RPA, and RegTech streamline risk management processes. Cloud and cybersecurity tools enable resilience but require strong governance. Data quality and model governance are crucial for trustworthy insights. Case studies show that tech-enabled risk management can improve speed, accuracy, and strategic decision-making. Chapter 18, Risk Reporting and Communication. Even the most sophisticated risk assessments and models are meaningless unless their results are communicated effectively to the people who make decisions. Risk reporting transforms data into actionable insights, enabling boards, executives, and stakeholders to make informed choices. This chapter explores best practices for designing risk reports, choosing the right communication channels, and tailoring messaging to different audiences. 18.1 The purpose of risk reporting. Risk reporting should inform, provide timely, accurate, and relevant information. Prioritize, highlight the most critical risks and trends. Enable action, support decision-making and risk response planning. Assure, demonstrate compliance with governance and regulatory requirements. 18.2 Key principles of effective risk communication. Clarity, avoid jargon and technical overload. Relevance, focus on material risks, not an exhaustive list of everything that could go wrong. Consistency, use a common risk taxonomy and scoring system across reports. Timeliness, deliver updates frequently enough to support decisions. Actionability, show what is being done or needs to be done about each risk. 18.3 Types of risk reports. 18.4 Risk report structure. A typical risk report should include executive summary, top risks and key changes since last report, risk appetite breaches or near misses, risk heat map, visual representation of likelihood versus impact, key risk indicators, KRIs, metrics tracked against thresholds, red, yellow, green, risk register summary, updated list of key risks, owners, and treatment status, trend analysis, direction of risk exposure, improving, worsening, action plans, mitigation strategies, timelines, and responsible parties. 18.5 Visual tools for risk communication. Heat maps show risk concentration at a glance. Dashboards, interactive drill-down views for executives. Traffic light indicators quickly show which risks are critical. Scenario charts Display potential financial impacts under different scenarios. 18.6 Communication channels. Formal reports for board and regulatory purposes. Town halls and newsletters to build risk awareness across staff. Intranet portals, centralized access to risk policies and updates. Crisis communications, rapid email, SMS, and collaboration tool alerts. 18.7 Tailoring the message to the audience. Board's executives focus on strategic and enterprise-level risks. Operations teams provide granular detail and actionable tasks. Regulators emphasize compliance evidence and documentation. Investors public share only what is material and permitted by disclosure laws. 18.8 Risk communication during crisis. In high-pressure situations, communicate early and frequently, even if all facts are not yet known. Be transparent but measured, avoid speculation. Maintain a single source of truth, designated spokesperson. Document communications for post-crisis review. 18.9 Case studies, risk reporting in action. Case study 1. COVID-19 pandemic reporting. Many companies created daily executive dashboards tracking employee health status, supply chain disruptions, government restrictions by region. Lesson: crisis dashboards must be timely, concise, and actionable. Case study 2. Financial institution stress test reporting. Banks submit stress test results to regulators, showing capital adequacy under extreme scenarios. Lesson: risk reports must be rigorous, auditable, and aligned with regulatory expectations. Case study 3. Toyota quality crisis 2010. Toyota's initial slow communication about recalls hurt its reputation. Later, the company improved its reporting transparency and frequency, helping rebuild trust. Lesson: speed and transparency are crucial for stakeholder confidence. 18.10 Best practices for risk reporting. Use visuals and summaries to make complex data understandable. Focus on key changes, do not overwhelm with static information. Automate data collection, where possible, to reduce errors and latency. Ensure risk reports are integrated with performance reports. Include clear calls to action and accountability for next steps. 18.11 Key takeaways. Risk reporting is about turning data into decisions. Reports must be clear, concise, and audience-specific. Heat maps, dashboards, and CRIS make risks visible and actionable. Crisis communication requires speed, transparency, and consistency. Case studies demonstrate that strong risk communication protects trust and enables rapid response. Chapter 19: Global Risk Landscape and Cross-Border Risk Management. In today's interconnected economy, risks are no longer confined within national borders. Supply chains, financial markets, technology networks, and regulations are global, and so are the risks that affect them. This chapter examines the types of global risks, how they evolve, and the strategies organizations use to anticipate and manage them. 19.1 Understanding the global risk landscape. Global risks are characterized by transnational nature. They affect multiple countries or regions simultaneously. Systemic impact. They can disrupt entire industries or economies. Interdependence. They often interact with one another, amplifying impact. 19.2 Major categories of global risks. Geopolitical risks. Political instability, coups, regime changes, civil unrest. Trade disputes, tariffs, sanctions, export bans. Wars and conflicts, armed conflicts disrupting markets or supply chains. Economic risks. Currency fluctuations affect international revenues and costs. Sovereign debt crises, default risk in emerging markets. Global recessions, reduced demand affecting global trade. Regulatory and compliance risks. Cross-border data rules, GDPR, data localization laws. Sanctions and export controls, OFAC EU UN restrictions. Taxation, global minimum corporate tax changes. Supply chain risks. Port closures, natural disasters or strikes. Supplier insolvency, bankruptcy of key vendors. Global logistics disruptions, container shortages, shipping delays. Technological and cyber risks. Cross-border cyber attacks, ransomware targeting global operations. Critical infrastructure risk, disruption to internet backbone satellites. Tech regulations, AI and data governance laws in different jurisdictions. Environmental and climate risks. Extreme weather events, hurricanes, floods affecting multiple regions. Climate policy shifts, carbon pricing, green regulations. Resource scarcity, water, rare earth minerals. Health and biological risks. Pandemics, COVID-19 demonstrated the systemic risk of health crises. Food safety, global contamination incidents. Antimicrobial resistance, emerging global health threat. 19.3 Tools for Global Risk Identification. PESTLE analysis, political, economic, social, technological, legal, environmental factors. World Economic Forum Global Risk Report, annual reference for top emerging risks. Country risk ratings, provided by Moody's, S&P, Fitch. Geospatial risk mapping, visualizing hotspots for natural disasters or conflict. 19.4 Cross-border risk management strategies. Geographic diversification, spread operations and suppliers across regions. Hedging, use financial instruments to mitigate FX and commodity risk. Political risk insurance, covers losses due to expropriation, currency inconvertibility, etc. Global crisis management plans, coordinate responses across borders. Regulatory watch programs, monitor and adapt to changes in local laws. 19.5 Role of technology in global risk monitoring. AI-powered news feeds, real-time scanning of geopolitical events. Supply chain risk platforms, track vendor risk and shipment status globally. Scenario simulation tools, model global macroeconomic shocks. Blockchain for traceability, increase supply chain transparency. 19.6 Cultural and communication challenges. Managing risk across borders requires cultural awareness, local business norms affect risk response. Language capabilities, accurate and timely translation of critical information. Decentralized decision-making, empowering local teams while maintaining global consistency. 19.7 Case studies, global risk in action. Case Study 1, Suez Canal blockage 2021. The grounding of the Ever Given ship blocked 12% of global trade for 6 days. Lesson: global logistics risks require contingency plans, supplier diversification, and inventory buffers. Case Study 2, Russia-Ukraine conflict 2022. Triggered energy supply shocks, commodity price volatility, and sanctions compliance challenges for multinationals. Lesson: geopolitical risk monitoring and flexible sourcing strategies are essential for resilience. Case Study 3, COVID-19 pandemic. Global shutdowns disrupted supply chains, labor availability, and demand patterns. Lesson: enterprises need robust business continuity plans that consider global-scale disruptions. 19.8 Best practices for cross-border risk management. Maintain global risk registers with regional context. Align with international frameworks, ISO 31000, COSO-IRM. Partner with local experts to interpret regulatory changes. Use geopolitical risk consultants for early warning intelligence. Stress test global operations for major economic and supply chain shocks. 19.9 Key takeaways. Global risks are interconnected and require a holistic cross-border approach. Categories include geopolitical, economic, regulatory, technological, environmental, and health risks. Tools like PESTLE analysis and geospatial mapping improve early detection. diversification, hedging, and political risk insurance help mitigate impacts. Case studies demonstrate that global shocks can ripple through supply chains and markets. Preparedness is crucial. Chapter 20: Building a Risk-Aware Culture. A risk-aware culture is the invisible backbone of an effective risk management program. It ensures that every employee, from the boardroom to the front line, understands the importance of risk management and takes ownership of their part in it. This chapter explores what a risk-aware culture looks like, why it matters, and how organizations can foster one over time. 20.1 What is a risk-aware culture? A risk-aware culture is an environment where people proactively identify and report risks. Risk management is seen as part of everyday decision-making, not just a compliance checkbox. Leaders encourage open discussion of bad news without fear of retaliation. Incentives are aligned with long-term sustainability, not just short-term gains. 20.2 Why culture matters in risk management. Reduces surprise events. Employees flag issues early before they escalate. Improves decision quality. Risks are weighed alongside rewards. Enhances compliance. People follow rules not just because they must, but because they understand why. Supports resilience. A shared mindset allows for faster collective response to crises. 20.3 Cultural enablers. 1. Tone from the top. Boards and executives must set clear expectations. Leadership should model risk-aware behaviors, e.g., asking about risk implications during key decisions. 2. Clear roles and accountability. Risk ownership should be defined in job descriptions. Performance reviews should include risk management contributions. 3. Open communication. Encourage employees to speak up when they see potential problems. Anonymous reporting channels, hotlines, online forums help surface hidden issues. 4. Incentives and recognition. Reward teams that prevent issues, not just those that fix crises. Avoid perverse incentives that encourage risky behavior, e.g., sales quotas without compliance checks. 5. Training and awareness. Conduct regular risk workshops, tabletop exercises, and e-learning. Teach employees how to recognize, assess, and escalate risks. 20.4 Measuring risk culture. Culture can be tracked using surveys, employee perception of leadership support for risk management, incident reporting data, frequency and quality of reported near misses, audit findings. Repeated control failures may indicate cultural weaknesses. Turnover rates. High attrition in control functions may signal issues. 20.5 Overcoming barriers. Common challenges. Fear of blame. Employees hide issues to avoid punishment. Silos. Risk information does not flow between departments. Short-term focus. Pressure for quarterly results overrides prudent risk management. Solutions. Promote a just culture. Fair treatment that distinguishes between honest mistakes and reckless behavior. Create cross-functional risk forums to break silos. Balance incentives between short-term performance and long-term risk-adjusted success. 20.6 Risk culture in practice. Case studies. Case study 1. NASA Challenger disaster 1986. Engineers warned of O-ring problems, but concerns were downplayed due to schedule pressure. Lesson. Leadership must create an environment where safety concerns override deadlines. Case study 2. Barclays Transform Program. After the Libor scandal, Barclays focused on rebuilding trust and risk culture through values training and leadership changes. Lesson. Culture can be repaired, but it requires visible commitment from top leadership. Case study 3. Toyota Production System. Toyota encourages all employees to stop production if they notice defects, a hallmark of risk-aware culture. Lesson. Empowering frontline workers strengthens risk management at the source. 20.7 Building a sustainable culture. Steps to embed risk awareness long-term. Assess current culture. Use surveys, interviews, and focus groups. Define target culture. Align with organizational strategy and risk appetite. Develop change plan, communication campaigns, training, role modeling. Reinforce and reward. Celebrate risk-informed decisions. Monitor and adapt. Culture initiatives require ongoing attention. 20.8 Leadership's role. Board. Set risk appetite, monitor culture indicators. CEO and executives. Regularly discuss risk in town halls, strategy sessions. Middle management. Translate culture into daily operations. Risk function. Act as culture champions, facilitators, and trainers. 20.9 Key takeaways. A risk-aware culture ensures that risk management is everyone's responsibility. Leadership tone, communication, training, and incentives are key levers. Culture must be measured and nurtured continuously. Case studies show that culture can prevent disasters or contribute to them if ignored. The ultimate goal is risk-informed decision-making at all levels. Chapter 21: Crisis Management and Business Continuity Planning. No matter how strong an organization's risk controls are, crises will still occur. Effective crisis management and business continuity planning, BCP, minimize damage, protect stakeholders, and speed recovery. This chapter explores frameworks, best practices, and case studies for preparing for the unexpected. 21.1 What is a crisis? A crisis is any event that threatens life, safety, or assets, disrupts normal operations significantly, has potential to damage reputation or stakeholder trust, requires urgent, coordinated response. Examples: cyber attacks, natural disasters, major product recalls, regulatory investigations, pandemic outbreaks. 21.2 Crisis management versus business continuity. Both must work together for a coordinated response. 21.3 Crisis Management Framework. 1. Preparation, risk assessment, and scenario planning. Crisis Management Plan (CMP) development. Crisis team selection and training. 2. Detection and activation. Early warning systems. Clear escalation criteria for activating the crisis team. 3. Response. Situation assessment: what, where, who affected. Decision making under uncertainty. Stakeholder communication. 4. Recovery. Restoration of operations. Support for affected employees, customers. Media engagement. 5. Post-crisis review. Lessons learned and plan updates. 21.4 Components of a business continuity plan, BCP. A BCP typically includes business impact analysis, BIA. Identifies critical processes and maximum tolerable downtime. Prioritizes recovery efforts. Recovery strategies. Work-from-home arrangements. Secondary data centers or cloud failover. Alternate suppliers and logistics routes. Communication plan. Internal and external contact lists. Templates for stakeholder updates. Testing and exercises. Tabletop simulations. Full-scale disaster recovery tests. Continuous improvement based on findings. 21.5 Crisis communications. Golden rules. Be first, be right, be credible. Use a single spokesperson or coordinated team. Provide regular updates, even if only to confirm that investigation is ongoing. Show empathy for affected parties. 21.6 Technology in crisis management. Mass notification systems, SMS email alerts to employees. Collaboration tools, Microsoft Teams, Slack, war rooms. Incident management software, tracks decisions and logs actions. AI for social listening, detects public sentiment and misinformation. 21.7 Case Studies, Crisis Management in Action. Case Study 1. Johnson & Johnson Tylenol Recall 1982. J&J recalled 31 million bottles after cyanide poisoning cases, despite massive cost, to protect public trust. Lesson: transparency and prioritizing safety can preserve reputation long-term. Case Study 2. Maersk's response to NotPetya cyberattack. Maersk restored operations within 10 days after its systems were wiped globally, thanks to a single surviving backup. Lesson: robust disaster recovery architecture and quick mobilization are critical for resilience. Case Study 3. Airbnb during COVID-19. Airbnb refunded millions of bookings, cutting costs rapidly and focusing on core operations to survive the travel collapse. Lesson: swift decisions and clear communication help navigate prolonged crises. 21.8 Best Practices for Crisis Management and BCP. Appoint and train a dedicated crisis management team, CMT. Maintain current contact lists and activation protocols. Conduct regular drills, tabletop and live simulations. Document all actions for accountability and post-crisis review. Integrate crisis management into Enterprise Risk Management framework. 21.9 Common pitfalls to avoid. Delayed response due to unclear activation triggers. Inconsistent messaging, leading to confusion or reputational harm. Overconfidence in untested continuity plans. Neglecting employee well-being during recovery. 21.10 Key takeaways. Crisis management is about speed, coordination, and clarity. BCP ensures essential functions keep running or are restored quickly. Communication is as important as operational response. Real-world case studies show that effective crisis handling can strengthen trust rather than destroy it. Testing and continuous improvement are non-negotiable. Plans must evolve as risks change. Chapter 22: Risk Monitoring and Continuous Improvement. Risk management is not a set-and-forget process. New threats emerge, existing risks evolve, and controls can degrade over time. Continuous monitoring and improvement are essential to keep the risk management program relevant and effective. This chapter explores how to build monitoring systems, track risk performance, and embed a cycle of improvement into the organization. 22.1 Why continuous monitoring matters. Early warning: detect changes in risk exposure before crises escalate. Control effectiveness: ensure controls work as designed over time. Adaptation: adjust to changing business environments and regulations. Accountability: demonstrate to stakeholders that risks are actively managed. 22.2 Risk Monitoring Framework. A robust framework includes Key Risk Indicators (CRIS), quantifiable metrics signaling risk levels. Example: % of overdue patching for cybersecurity risk. Key Control Indicators (KCIs), measures of control health. Example: % of access reviews completed on schedule. Incident tracking, recording near misses and actual events. Root cause analysis for continuous learning. Internal and external data feeds. Market indicators, geopolitical intelligence, regulatory updates. 22.3 Tools for risk monitoring. Automated dashboards, real-time risk data visualization. Continuous control monitoring (CCM), automated control testing e.g. segregation of duties. AI-powered threat intelligence, detects emerging risks from news, social media, and industry reports. Audit management systems, integrate findings and remediation tracking. 22.4 Performance measurement. Key performance questions. Are we within our risk appetite? Are our controls cost-effective? Are our response times improving? Are emerging risks being addressed proactively? Common metrics. Percent of risks with mitigation plans. Number of high-rated audit issues overdue. Mean time to detect MTTD and mean time to respond MTTR to incidents. Control failure rates over time. 22.5 Continuous Improvement Cycle. Use the Plan Do Check Act (PDCA) model. Plan, identify risk gaps, set objectives. Do, implement control improvements or new mitigation measures. Check, monitor performance and effectiveness. Act, adjust policies, processes, and controls based on results. 22.6 Risk Program Maturity Model. Organizations evolve through stages. Continuous improvement aims to move the organization up the maturity curve. 22.7 Feedback loops. Lessons learned from incidents, audits, and near misses. Stakeholder input, board feedback, regulator recommendations. Employee suggestions, crowdsourced risk insights. Industry benchmarking, compare risk posture to peers. 22.8 Role of internal audit and assurance. Provides independent review of risk processes. Validates accuracy of risk reporting. Identifies systemic issues and recommends improvements. 22.9 Case studies, continuous improvement in action. Case Study 1, Amazon's Safety Program. Amazon tracks safety incidents in real time and uses machine learning to predict high-risk facilities, then deploys targeted interventions. Lesson: data-driven monitoring enables proactive risk reduction. Case Study 2, Financial Services Stress Testing. Banks continuously update stress scenarios based on macroeconomic data, improving resilience to market shocks. Lesson: iterative testing and learning improve capital planning over time. Case Study 3, Airline Industry Safety Reporting. Airlines share anonymous incident data across the industry, ASRS database, leading to systemic improvements in aviation safety. Lesson: cross-industry collaboration enhances collective risk management. 22.10 Best practices for continuous improvement. Automate data collection to reduce lag and error. Set clear crisp KCIs with thresholds and escalation paths. Perform regular program maturity assessments. Integrate lessons learned into training and policies. Celebrate and communicate improvements to build engagement. 22.11 Key takeaways. Risk monitoring is about early detection, trend analysis, and assurance. Continuous improvement ensures risk management evolves with the business. PDCA cycles and maturity models guide structured progress. Case studies show that organizations that monitor and adapt outperform those that remain static. The ultimate goal: a self-correcting risk management system that learns and strengthens over time. Chapter 23, Risk Management for Innovation and Growth. Innovation and growth require organizations to step outside their comfort zones, launching new products, entering new markets, adopting new technologies, and investing in bold ideas. These moves carry risk, but also opportunity. This chapter explores how risk management can enable innovation rather than stifle it, by providing a framework for taking calculated risks. 23.1 The Risk-Reward Paradox. Overly risk-averse organizations miss opportunities, stagnate, and lose market share. Overly aggressive organizations take excessive risks, leading to costly failures or crises. Effective risk management finds the balance, encouraging intelligent risk-taking that aligns with strategy. 23.2 Types of Innovation and Growth Risks. 23.3 Risk Appetite for Innovation. Risk appetite statements should explicitly allow for higher risk tolerance in R&D and new ventures. Define acceptable failure rates, e.g., only 1 in 5 new products succeed. Balance exploration, innovation, with exploitation, core business stability. 23.4 Innovation Risk Assessment Process. Idea screening. Early stage risk assessment. market viability, technical feasibility, regulatory hurdles. Stage gate reviews. Structured decision points with risk review before progressing. Experimentation and pilots. Test ideas on small scale to reduce uncertainty before scaling. Portfolio approach. Diversify innovation bets across multiple projects to spread risk. 23.5 Agile risk management. Traditional risk processes can be too slow for fast-moving innovation. Agile approaches emphasize iterative assessment, reevaluate risks at every sprint or milestone. Rapid feedback loops, use early results to pivot or stop projects. Cross-functional teams, include risk experts in product squads. 23.6 Managing financial and strategic risk. Real options approach, value flexibility to expand, defer, or abandon projects. Venture capital mindset, accept that some initiatives will fail, focus on overall portfolio ROI. Scenario planning, model different market adoption rates and competitive responses. 23.7 Governance, for innovation risk. Establish an innovation risk committee, or include innovation in enterprise risk discussions. Separate budgets for exploratory initiatives, so failures do not jeopardize core operations. Encourage a speak-up culture, where concerns can be raised early without fear of killing innovation. 23.8 Measuring success and learning from failure. Innovation metrics, % revenue from products launched in last 3 to 5 years, number of pilots executed. Failure postmortems, systematic reviews to extract lessons. Knowledge sharing, use failures to improve processes, not to punish. 23.9 Case studies, risk management driving growth. Case study 1, Amazon Web Services, AWS. Amazon's willingness to invest in cloud computing, a risky bet at the time, created one of the most profitable business lines in history. Lesson: big bets require strategic alignment and a tolerance for early losses. Case study 2, Google X Moonshots. Google X invests in high-risk projects like self-driving cars and internet balloons, using a fail-fast approach. Lesson: a portfolio approach spreads risk and allows rapid learning. Case study 3, Tesla product innovation. Tesla faced production, financial and regulatory risks, but used phased rollouts and aggressive iteration to scale successfully. Lesson: iterative risk management helps manage execution risk in bold innovations. 23.10 Enabling a culture of smart risk-taking. Psychological safety. Employees must feel safe to propose bold ideas. Reward learning, not just success. Celebrate insights gained even from failed experiments. Leadership support. Executives must champion innovation and shield teams from short-term pressures. 23.11 Key takeaways. Risk management should be an enabler of innovation, not a barrier. A clear risk appetite statement allows for calculated risk-taking. Agile, iterative risk assessment is essential for fast-moving projects. A portfolio approach spreads risk and maximizes learning. Case studies show that taking bold but managed risks can create outsized rewards. Chapter 24 Ethics, ESG and Risk Management. Organizations no longer operate in a vacuum. Customers, employees, investors, regulators, and communities expect companies to behave responsibly, not just legally but ethically and sustainably. Failing to do so exposes businesses to reputational, regulatory, and even existential risk. This chapter explores how to embed ethics and ESG considerations into enterprise risk management, ERM. 24.1 Ethics as a risk factor. Ethical lapses can destroy trust faster than almost any other risk. Examples: corporate scandals, Volkswagen emissions cheating, fraud, Enron Wirecard, harassment or discrimination cases, resulting in lawsuits and public backlash. Ethics risks often have high impact, reputational damage, legal fines, loss of talent. Long tail brand rebuilding takes years, sometimes decades. Low visibility, often hidden until whistleblowers or media expose them. 24.2 ESG as a risk and opportunity. ESG refers to the three dimensions of sustainable business practice. 24.3 ESG regulatory landscape. Key global frameworks. TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, Climate Risk Reporting. EU CSRD, Mandatory Sustainability Disclosures for Large Companies. ISSB Standards, Global Baseline for ESG Reporting. Modern Slavery Acts, Supply Chain Due Diligence Obligations. Organizations that fail to comply face fines, litigation, and investor divestment. 24.4 Integrating ESG into risk management. Steps to embed ESG. Identify ESG risks. Use stakeholder engagement, media scanning, and supply chain mapping. Prioritize by likelihood and impact: financial, reputational, regulatory. Include ESG in risk appetite. Define unacceptable practices, e.g., child labor, bribery. Set measurable ESG targets: carbon neutrality by 2030, board diversity goals. Incorporate ESG into decision-making. Investment screening using ESG criteria. Supplier selection with sustainability scoring. Monitor and report. Track ESG performance metrics, GHG emissions, DAE statistics, board independence. Publish sustainability reports for transparency. 24.5 Ethical decision-making frameworks. Tools to guide ethical choices. The front page test: would you be comfortable if this decision were reported publicly? Stakeholder impact analysis: who gains, who loses, what are the externalities? Values alignment: does this align with stated mission and corporate values? 24.6 Governance and culture. Tone at the top: boards and executives must set a clear ethical example. Code of conduct: written guidelines for expected behavior. Training: regular ethics and compliance workshops. Whistleblower protection: safe, confidential channels to report misconduct. 24.7 ESG risk metrics and KPIs. Examples: environmental: Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, water usage per unit produced. Social: employee engagement score, supplier audit pass rates. Governance: board independence %, number of ethics hotline cases resolved. 24.8 Case studies: ethics and ESG in action. Case study 1, Patagonia. Patagonia built its brand around sustainability, donating profits to environmental causes. Lesson: ESG can be a source of competitive advantage when authentically integrated. Case study 2, BP Deepwater Horizon. Lax safety culture and poor oversight led to one of the worst environmental disasters in history. Lesson: weak ESG governance exposes companies to catastrophic operational and reputational risks. Case study 3, Danone's ESG-focused strategy. Danone linked executive bonuses to ESG performance and pursued B Corp certification. Lesson: aligning incentives with ESG targets strengthens accountability. 24.9 Benefits of ESG risk integration. Enhanced investor confidence, access to ESG-focused capital. Greater customer loyalty. Improved resilience against regulatory and market shocks. Attraction and retention of top talent, especially younger generations. 24.10 Challenges and criticisms. Greenwashing risk: overstating ESG performance can backfire. Data quality: measuring ESG metrics consistently is difficult. Short-term costs: sustainability investments may initially lower margins. Conflicting priorities: balancing shareholder returns with social goals can be complex. 24.11 Key takeaways. Ethics and ESG are not optional, they are central to long-term risk management. Integrating ESG into risk frameworks aligns business strategy with stakeholder expectations. Strong governance, metrics, and culture are key to effective ESG risk management. Companies that authentically commit to ESG outperform in resilience, trust, and brand value. Failure to address ESG risks can result in regulatory fines, reputational damage, and loss of competitive edge. Chapter 25: Risk Management in the Digital Age, Cybersecurity and AI. Digital transformation enables efficiency, innovation, and global reach, but also creates new risk vectors. Cyberattacks, data breaches, and misuse of artificial intelligence (AI) can cause massive financial and reputational damage. This chapter explores frameworks and strategies for managing technology-related risks in the modern enterprise. 25.1 Cybersecurity Risk Landscape. Key threats: phishing and social engineering, manipulating employees into revealing credentials. Ransomware, encrypting systems and demanding payment for restoration. Supply chain attacks, compromising third-party vendors to access systems. Insider threats, malicious or negligent employees. Nation-state attacks, espionage or disruption targeting critical infrastructure. 25.2 Business impact of cyber risks. Consequences of a major cyber incident include financial losses, ransom payments, regulatory fines, lawsuits. Operational disruption, downtime affecting production or service delivery. Reputational damage, loss of customer trust. Legal liability, breach of privacy regulations, GDPR, CCPA. 25.3 Cybersecurity Risk Management Frameworks. Widely used frameworks include NIST Cybersecurity Framework, Identify, Protect, Detect, Respond, Recover. ISO IEC 27001, Information Security Management System (ISMS) Standard. CIS Critical Security Controls, Prioritized set of best practices. 25.4 Core Cybersecurity Controls. Identity and Access Management (IAM). Multi-Factor Authentication (MFA). Least Privilege Access Principles. Network Security. Firewalls, segmentation, zero trust architecture. Endpoint protection. Antivirus (EDR), endpoint detection and response. Data protection. Encryption at rest and in transit. Regular backups and secure storage. Security awareness training. Regular phishing simulations. Employee education on secure behavior. Incident response plan. Predefined playbooks for breach scenarios. Crisis communication procedures. 25.5 Measuring cyber risk. Key metrics. Mean time to detect (MTTD). Mean time to respond (MTTR). Percent of systems patched within SLA. Number of detected intrusion attempts per month. Cyber risk quantified in financial terms, cyber VAR. 25.6 AI and emerging technology risks. AI-specific risks. Bias and fairness, discriminatory outcomes in hiring, lending, or policing algorithms. Explainability, black box AI decisions can be hard to justify. Data privacy, training AI on sensitive data without consent. Adversarial attacks, manipulating AI models to produce harmful outputs. Autonomy risks, AI making decisions without proper human oversight. Other emerging digital risks. Cloud dependency, outages at major cloud providers affecting operations. IoT security, connected devices as entry points for attackers. Deepfakes and misinformation, reputational threats. 25.7 AI risk governance. AI risk register, catalog models, risks, and mitigations. Ethical AI principles, fairness, transparency, accountability. Model validation, regular testing for accuracy, bias, and drift. Human-in-the-loop controls, ensure critical decisions have human review. 25.8 Regulatory landscape. GDPR, strict rules on personal data usage. EU AI Act 2024, risk-based regulation of AI systems. SEC cybersecurity disclosure rules require public companies to disclose material cyber incidents. Organizations must stay ahead of evolving regulations to avoid fines and litigation. 25.9 Case studies, digital risk in action. Case Study 1, Colonial Pipeline Ransomware Attack 2021. A ransomware attack forced the shutdown of a major fuel pipeline, causing shortages and panic buying. Lesson: critical infrastructure must have robust segmentation, backups, and rapid response capability. Case Study 2, Equifax Data Breach 2017. Failure to patch a known vulnerability led to theft of personal data of 147 million people. Lesson: basic cyber hygiene, patching, monitoring is essential to prevent catastrophic breaches. Case Study 3, ChatGPT and Generative AI Governance. Companies adopting generative AI faced risks of IP leakage and bias in outputs, prompting many to create internal AI policies. Lesson: emerging tech requires proactive governance frameworks before full-scale deployment. 25.10 Best practices for digital risk management. Adopt a defense in-depth strategy, multiple layers of security. Perform regular penetration testing and red teaming. Quantify cyber risk in financial terms to inform investment decisions. Integrate AI governance with enterprise risk management. Develop a cyber crisis playbook and conduct simulations. Build partnerships with law enforcement and threat intelligence networks. 25.11 Key takeaways. Cybersecurity is a top enterprise risk that must be managed continuously. Frameworks like NIST and ISO 27001 provide structure for digital risk programs. AI introduces unique risks that require explainability, fairness, and oversight. Case studies show the high cost of neglect and the value of preparedness. A proactive, well-governed approach builds trust and resilience in the digital era. Chapter 26 Global Risk Management, Geopolitical, Supply Chain, and Macroeconomic Risks. In an interconnected world, risks often spread across borders faster than organizations can react. Geopolitical conflicts, supply chain disruptions, and macroeconomic shocks can quickly cascade into business crises. This chapter explores how to anticipate, assess, and mitigate these large-scale external risks. 26.1 The Global Risk Landscape. Global risks are typically low-frequency, high-impact, e.g., wars, global recessions. Interconnected, one event can trigger multiple secondary effects. Outside direct control, requiring preparedness rather than prevention. 26.2 Geopolitical risks. Examples: armed conflicts, e.g., Russia-Ukraine war. Trade wars and tariffs. Nationalization or expropriation of assets. Sanctions regimes. Political instability or regime change. Risk management tactics. Country risk assessment, political stability, rule of law, corruption indices. Scenario planning, best base and worst case scenarios for key markets. Geographic diversification, avoid concentration in high-risk regions. Political risk insurance, protection against expropriation, currency inconvertibility. 26.3 Supply chain risks. Global supply chains are vulnerable to natural disasters, earthquakes, floods. Transportation bottlenecks, port congestion, strikes. Supplier insolvency. Regulatory changes, export controls, environmental rules. Pandemics. COVID-19 demonstrated how quickly supply chains can collapse. Mitigation strategies. Supplier mapping. Identify single points of failure. Dual sourcing. Avoid dependence on a single supplier geography. Inventory buffers, strategic stockpiles for critical components. Digital supply chain monitoring, real-time visibility of shipments and supplier health. 26.4 Macroeconomic risks. Macroeconomic forces can shift demand, cost structures, and capital availability. Key risks: inflation and interest rate hikes, currency fluctuations, FX risk, global recessions, commodity price volatility, oil, metals, food. Risk management approaches: hedging, forward contracts, options for FX and commodity exposure. Dynamic pricing models, adjust prices in response to inflation. Stress testing, model revenue impacts under recession scenarios. Capital structure management, maintain liquidity buffers for downturns. 26.5 Systemic and cascading risks. Some global risks are systemic. They propagate through financial, technological, or supply chain networks. Examples: banking crises, 2008 global financial crisis. Energy shortages, affecting multiple sectors. Global cyberattacks, NotPetya SolarWinds. Response strategy: network risk mapping, understand interdependencies between suppliers, partners, and markets. Resilience planning, build redundancies, modularity, and agility into operations. Participation in industry collaboratives, share intelligence and response strategies. 26.6 Data and intelligence for global risk management. Political risk analytics, tools like Economist Intelligence Unit (EIU) ratings. Global risk reports, WEF Global Risks Report, IMF outlooks. Satellite data, track weather, port congestion, and infrastructure disruptions. AI-powered early warning systems, predict social unrest, sanctions risk, or trade policy shifts. 26.7 Case studies, managing global risks. Case Study 1, Toyota Supply Chain Resilience. After the 2011 earthquake tsunami, Toyota implemented supplier mapping and buffer stock strategies, reducing disruption time in later events. Lesson: deep supply chain visibility and proactive planning improve resilience. Case Study 2, Chip shortages during COVID-19. Automakers that relied on just-in-time supply chains faced production halts, while those with diversified suppliers recovered faster. Lesson: diversification and strategic inventory are critical for risk mitigation. Case Study 3, Currency risk at multinational companies. Procter & Gamble uses hedging programs to stabilize earnings despite currency volatility across dozens of markets. Lesson: proactive financial risk management protects profitability. 26.8 Building organizational resilience. Global Risk Committee oversees exposure to macro and geopolitical risks. Early warning systems monitors indicators like credit spreads, shipping indices. Scenario exercises test global disruption response across functions. Strategic flexibility maintain capacity to pivot operations, sourcing, and markets. 26.9 Key takeaways. Global risks are beyond direct control, but their impacts can be mitigated with foresight and planning. Geopolitical risk analysis, supply chain resilience, and macroeconomic hedging are core capabilities. Diversification and visibility are crucial. Single points of failure create fragility. Case studies show that proactive global risk management can be a competitive advantage. Organizations must adopt a resilience mindset, preparing not just to survive disruptions, but to adapt and thrive. Chapter 27 Behavioral Risk and Human Factors. Most risk events have a human component, from the trader who exceeds limits, to the engineer who overlooks a safety check, to the executive who ignores early warning signs. Understanding behavioral risk helps organizations anticipate and mitigate failures that stem from human psychology and organizational culture. 27.1 What is behavioral risk? Behavioral risk is the risk arising from human error, unintentional mistakes. Rule breaking, intentional violations. Cognitive biases that distort decision making. Group dynamics that suppress dissent or encourage herd behavior. 27.2 Cognitive biases in risk management. Humans are prone to predictable mental shortcuts that can lead to poor decisions. Some key biases. 27.3 Organizational culture and behavioral risk. Fear of speaking up. Employees hesitate to report problems. Short-term incentives. Pressure to meet quarterly targets encourages risk-taking. Siloed communication. Risk signals don't reach decision-makers. Hero culture. Rewarding individuals for fixing crises rather than preventing them. 27.4 Human error versus misconduct. Behavioral risks can be divided into human error, mistakes due to fatigue, distraction, poor training. Right-pointing arrow solution, better systems, automation, training, workload management. Misconduct, deliberate rule-breaking, fraud, corruption. Right-pointing arrow solution, strong controls, monitoring, and ethical culture. 27.5 Measuring behavioral risk. Employee surveys, gauge psychological safety, speak-up culture. Behavioral indicators, late-night trading patterns, overrides of system warnings. Whistleblower reports, early signal of misconduct. Audit findings, repeated control violations in specific areas. 27.6 Managing behavioral risk. 1. Designing for human reliability. Simplify processes to reduce error probability. Use checklists, fail-safes, and visual cues. Apply nudge techniques, default safe options. 2. Strengthening controls. Segregation of duties to prevent fraud. Automated monitoring of key behaviors. Surprise audits to deter misconduct. 3. Aligning incentives. Avoid excessive variable pay, tied solely to short-term results. Include risk-adjusted performance measures in bonuses. 4. Building psychological safety. Encourage employees to raise concerns without fear. Celebrate early detection of issues, not just firefighting. 27.7 Behavioral risk in decision-making. Pre-mortems. Before committing to a decision, ask, imagine this project failed, what went wrong? This helps uncover hidden risks and counteracts optimism bias. Diverse teams. Diversity of perspective reduces groupthink and blind spots. Devil's advocate role. Assign someone to challenge assumptions during key discussions. 27.8 Case studies. Behavioral risk in action. Case study 1. Barings Bank collapse 1995. Trader Nick Leeson hid massive losses, exploiting weak oversight and cultural blind spots. Lesson. Segregation of duties and a culture of challenge are essential. Case study 2. NASA Columbia disaster 2003. Engineers' concerns about foam strikes were dismissed due to schedule pressure and normalization of deviance. Lesson. Leadership must create an environment where concerns are taken seriously. Case study 3. Wells Fargo fake account scandal. Aggressive sales targets pushed employees to open millions of unauthorized accounts. Lesson. Misaligned incentives can create systemic misconduct risk. 27.9 Best practices for behavioral risk management. Train employees on cognitive biases and ethical decision-making. Foster transparency and open dialogue about risks. Use behavioral data analytics to detect anomalies early. Integrate behavioral risk considerations into risk appetite and strategy. Monitor culture continuously. Culture is a living, changing risk factor. 27.10 Key takeaways. Most major failures have a human element. Understanding behavior is critical. Cognitive biases and culture can distort risk perception and decisions. Mitigation requires system design, incentives, monitoring, and psychological safety. Case studies show that ignoring behavioral risks can lead to catastrophic failures. Managing behavioral risk strengthens not just compliance, but overall organizational resilience. Chapter 28: Risk Management in Projects and Large Programs. Projects fail for many reasons: unrealistic schedules, scope creep, budget overruns, poor stakeholder engagement, and unforeseen external events. Effective project risk management helps ensure that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and within quality expectations. 28.1 The nature of project risk. Project risks are uncertain events that can affect objectives, positively or negatively. Often time-sensitive, early identification is critical. Influenced by stakeholder alignment, resource availability, and execution discipline. 28.2 Project Risk Management Process. Following PMI, Project Management Institute, and ISO 31000 best practices, the process includes risk planning. Define methodology, roles, and risk categories. Integrate with project management plan. Risk identification. Brainstorming sessions, checklists, SWOT analysis. Include threats and opportunities. Qualitative risk analysis. Prioritize risks using probability impact matrices. Identify top 10 inches risks for focused attention. Quantitative risk analysis. Monte Carlo simulations to estimate schedule or cost variability. Sensitivity analysis to find key drivers. Risk response planning. Avoid, change plan to eliminate risk. Mitigate, reduce probability or impact. Transfer, use insurance or contracts. Accept, tolerate residual risk, possibly with contingency plans. Risk monitoring and control. Track risks throughout the project lifecycle. Update risk register regularly. Escalate emerging risks promptly. 28.3 The Risk Register. A project risk register typically contains risk description, root cause, probability and impact rating, owner, mitigation plan, residual risk after treatment, status and last review date. This is the living document for risk management in the project. 28.4 Common categories of project risk. 28.5 Risk quantification techniques. PERT, Program Evaluation Review Technique. Estimate schedule using optimistic, pessimistic, most likely durations. Monte Carlo simulation. Probability distribution of project outcomes. Decision tree analysis. Evaluate alternative paths based on risk-adjusted expected value. 28.6 Contingency planning and reserves. Management reserve, buffer for unknown unknowns. Contingency reserve, specific budget time set aside for known risks. Use risk-adjusted baselines to avoid underfunding critical projects. 28.7 Risk governance in large programs. For large programs, establish a program risk board to escalate and align risks across multiple projects. Use integrated master risk register for portfolio-level view. Apply earned value management (EVM) integrated with risk data. 28.8 Communication and stakeholder engagement. Regular risk reviews with project sponsors. Transparent reporting, no hiding bad news. Visual dashboards showing risk trends and mitigation progress. 28.9 Case studies. Project risk management in practice. Case study 1, Heathrow Terminal 5. Despite strong planning, baggage system failures caused operational chaos on opening day. Lesson: technical integration testing must be thorough, and contingency plans should be ready for launch. Case study 2, Denver International Airport baggage system. Automated system overran budget and delayed airport opening by 16 months before being scrapped. Lesson: early risk assessment could have identified feasibility concerns and prevented sunk cost escalation. Case study 3, Agile IT project at Spotify. Spotify uses iterative development and continuous risk review to manage dependencies across squads. Lesson: Agile risk management keeps pace with rapid delivery cycles. 28.10 Best practices for project risk management. Involve stakeholders early in risk identification. Focus on the few critical risks that drive most uncertainty. Maintain an up-to-date risk register. Review at every status meeting. Encourage a no-blame culture for reporting risks. Use both qualitative and quantitative methods to inform decisions. 28.11 Key takeaways. Project risk management is a core component of project success. A structured process: identify, analyze, plan, monitor, keeps risks visible. Risk registers, scenario analysis, and contingency planning are essential tools. Case studies highlight that ignoring risk leads to costly overruns, while proactive management improves delivery. In large programs, risk governance must operate at both project and portfolio levels. Chapter 29: Risk reporting and stakeholder communication. Risk management depends on timely, accurate, and transparent communication. Good risk reporting ensures executives, boards, and project sponsors have the insights they need to make informed decisions. 29.1 Purpose of risk reporting. Risk reporting helps inform, provide visibility of current and emerging risks. Prioritize, show which risks matter most. Guide action, suggest mitigation steps and resource allocation. Build trust, demonstrate control to regulators, investors, and stakeholders. 29.2 Principles of effective risk communication. Clarity, avoid jargon, explain risks in plain language. Relevance, focus on material risks, not everything. Timeliness, share updates before decisions are made. Consistency, use standardized formats across the organization. Actionability, include next steps and owners. 29.3 Risk reporting levels. 29.4 Common risk reporting tools. 1. Risk register. The master list of risks, controls, and mitigation plans. Shared with relevant stakeholders for updates. 2. Risk heat map. 2x2 or 3x3 matrix of probability versus impact. Highlights high priority risks visually. 3. Key risk indicators, KRIs. Quantitative metrics that act as early warning signals. Examples: percent of overdue audits, number of cybersecurity incidents per month. 4. Risk dashboard. Executive-friendly summary using charts and traffic lights, red, amber, green. Shows trends over time. 5. Scenario analysis results. Communicate financial impacts under different risk scenarios. 29.5 Risk reporting frequency. Operational reports, weekly or bi-weekly. Management dashboards, monthly or quarterly. Board reports, quarterly, aligned with board meetings. Ad hoc reports, for crises or emerging risks requiring immediate attention. 29.6 Stakeholder-specific tailoring. Different stakeholders care about different aspects. CEO, CFO, financial impact, reputational risk, enterprise-wide view. COO, operational disruptions, supply chain, production risks. CISO, cyber threats, compliance with data privacy regulations. Investors, ESG risks, governance controls, long-term resilience. Tailor reports to match audience priorities without losing accuracy. 29.7 Technology in risk reporting. GRC platforms, governance, risk compliance, centralize risk data. Business intelligence tools, Power BI, Tableau for interactive dashboards. Automated alerts, CRIS trigger warnings when thresholds are breached. AI and NLP, summarize risk narratives, detect emerging trends from news data. 29.8 Communicating during a crisis. During a crisis, risk communication must be frequent, daily or hourly updates. Be transparent, don't hide bad news. Include clear next steps, what is being done and when stakeholders will hear more. Be aligned, ensure consistent messaging across departments and external channels. 29.9 Case Studies, Risk Communication in Practice. Case Study 1. Johnson & Johnson Tylenol Recall 1982. J&J's open and transparent communication turned a crisis into a reputational success story. Lesson: proactive, honest reporting can build trust even during disasters. Case Study 2. Boeing 737 MAX Crisis. Delayed and inconsistent communication with regulators and airlines deepened reputational damage. Lesson: timely, candid risk reporting is critical for credibility and recovery. Case Study 3. Cyber incident reporting under SEC rules. Public companies must disclose material cyber events quickly. Delays can lead to legal exposure. Lesson: prepared reporting processes avoid compliance breaches. 29.10 Best Practices for Risk Reporting. Standardize risk taxonomy across the enterprise. Use visualizations, heat maps, dashboards for quick understanding. Link risks to business objectives and risk appetite. Highlight trends, not just point-in-time data. Include action owners and deadlines for mitigation. Review and refine reports based on stakeholder feedback. 29.11 Key Takeaways. Risk reporting is about storytelling with data, making risk understandable and actionable. Different stakeholders need different levels of detail. Heat maps, dashboards, and CRIS make risk status easy to grasp. Transparent communication during crises preserves trust. Well-designed reporting strengthens governance and decision-making. Chapter 30. Building a risk-aware culture. A risk-aware culture means employees at every level recognize potential risks in their day-to-day work, feel empowered to raise concerns, and make decisions consistent with the organization's risk appetite. Without this, risk management becomes a box-ticking exercise rather than a strategic capability. 30.1 Why culture matters in risk management. Culture drives behavior more than policies or procedures. Many corporate failures, e.g. Enron, Wells Fargo, were cultural failures first. A strong risk culture supports early detection and timely action. 30.2 Elements of a risk-aware culture. 30.3 Assessing risk culture. Methods include surveys and interviews, gauge employee perceptions of risk and reporting. Focus groups, identify barriers to speaking up. Behavioral metrics, track control breaches, near misreporting rates. Culture audits, independent review of values, incentives, and governance. 30.4 Leadership's role. Leaders shape culture through role modeling, making risk-based decisions visibly. Incentives, rewarding good risk behavior, not just results. Communication, sharing risk lessons learned openly. Resources, funding risk training and controls. 30.5 Embedding risk thinking in daily work. Decision frameworks, include risk assessment in approval processes. Risk champions, appoint in each department to act as liaisons. Near-miss reporting systems, encourage proactive identification of hazards. Integrated training, incorporate risk awareness in onboarding and leadership programs. 30.6 Overcoming cultural barriers. Common barriers. Fear of retaliation for speaking up. Success at all costs mentality. Risk seen as a compliance burden, not a value add. Solutions. Psychological safety, encourage open dialogue without punishment. Balanced metrics, include risk-adjusted performance indicators. Narrative shift, frame risk management as enabling innovation safely. 30.7 Measuring progress. Indicators of a strong risk culture. Increase in early risk escalations. Reduction in repeated incidents. Higher employee engagement in risk training. Surveys showing improved perception of openness and trust. 30.8 Case Studies, Risk Culture in Action. Case Study 1, DBS Bank, Singapore. DBS transformed from a compliance-heavy culture to a proactive risk culture, embedding risk management into strategic planning. Lesson: aligning risk culture with business strategy creates agility and resilience. Case Study 2, BP Deepwater Horizon Disaster. Investigations revealed a culture of cost-cutting and schedule pressure over safety. Lesson: without a strong safety and risk culture, technical controls are insufficient. Case Study 3, Netflix Freedom and Responsibility. Netflix empowers employees with decision-making freedom, but sets clear boundaries to manage risk. Lesson: a well-defined risk appetite can encourage innovation without reckless risk-taking. 30.9 Best Practices for Building Risk Culture. Set a clear risk vision and communicate it regularly. Make risk ownership part of job descriptions. Use storytelling to share lessons from past incidents. Recognize and reward employees who surface risks early. Continuously measure and adjust. Culture evolves over time. 30.10 Key Takeaways. Risk culture is the foundation of effective risk management. Tone at the top, psychological safety and aligned incentives are critical. Culture must be measured, reinforced, and adjusted continuously. Case studies show that culture can be a competitive advantage or a fatal weakness. Building a risk-aware culture transforms risk management from a compliance task into a strategic enabler. Chapter 31 Technology-Enabled Risk Management. Digital transformation has changed not just the risks organizations face, but also how they can monitor, analyze, and respond to them. Technology-enabled risk management uses automation, analytics, and platforms to deliver faster insight, better decisions, and lower cost of control. 31.1 The Shift to Digital Risk Management. Traditional risk management relied heavily on spreadsheets, manual reports, and periodic reviews. Was slow to capture emerging risks. Created silos between functions. Technology-enabled risk management integrates real-time data from across the enterprise. Automates risk identification and control testing. Provides executive dashboards for decision-makers. 31.2 Core components of digital risk platforms. Popular tools: RSA Archer, MetricStream, ServiceNow, GRC, LogicGate. 31.3 Automation in risk management. Use cases: continuous control monitoring, real-time alerts when controls fail. Fraud detection: machine learning models flag unusual transactions. Third-party risk scoring: automated supplier due diligence using public data. Policy compliance tracking: system reminders for required actions. Automation reduces manual effort and human error, freeing teams to focus on high-value analysis. 31.4 Artificial intelligence and advanced analytics. AI enables predictive risk modeling, forecast emerging risks based on historical patterns. Natural language processing, NLP, scan news, social media, and filings for early warning signals. Anomaly detection, identify unusual network traffic, financial patterns, or behavior. Sentiment analysis, gauge employee or customer sentiment for reputational risk signals. 31.5 Risk data integration. Key challenge: risk data lives in silos, finance, HR, operations. Solution: APIs to pull data from ERP, CRM, cybersecurity, and HR systems. Master data management to standardize risk categories. Data lakes for centralized risk analytics. 31.6 Real-time dashboards and visualization. Effective dashboards show top risks by heat map and trend. Use traffic light indicators, RAG status. Include CRIS and KPIs with threshold alerts. Allow drill down from Enterprise View right pointing arrow Business Unit right pointing arrow Control Level. 31.7 Cybersecurity and Privacy Integration. Technology-enabled risk management must include threat intelligence feeds, global cyber event monitoring, data classification and access controls, automated tagging of sensitive data, compliance monitoring, GDPR, CCPA, HIPAA control checks built into systems. 31.8 Cloud and SaaS risks. While technology enables risk management, it also creates cloud outage risk, dependence on third-party infrastructure, vendor lock-in risk, difficulty switching providers, shared responsibility gaps, confusion over who manages which security controls. Risk teams must include IT and vendor management in their governance model. 31.9 Case Studies, Tech-Enabled Risk Management. Case Study 1, Global Bank using AI for credit risk. AI models analyze thousands of borrower data points in real time, reducing loan default rates. Lesson: Technology enables more granular, proactive credit decision-making. Case Study 2, Manufacturing firm with IoT sensors. Sensors monitor machine health and predict failures, preventing costly downtime. Lesson: Risk management can move from reactive maintenance to predictive cost-saving interventions. Case Study 3, Retailer implementing GRC system. Replacing spreadsheets with a GRC platform improved audit readiness and reduced control testing time by 40%. Lesson: Automation improves efficiency and reduces compliance costs. 31.10 Best practices for technology-enabled risk. Start with clear requirements before selecting tools. Focus on data quality. Bad data leads to misleading insights. Ensure user adoption through training and change management. Use agile implementation to deliver quick wins and build momentum. Maintain cybersecurity and privacy controls over risk data. 31.11 Key takeaways. Technology transforms risk management from reactive to predictive. GRC platforms, automation, and AI provide real-time visibility and reduce manual effort. Integration of risk data across silos is critical for a holistic view. Case studies show tangible benefits: cost reduction, faster decisions, and better resilience. Organizations must balance tech adoption with governance, user adoption, and security. Chapter 32 Risk Aggregation, Scenario Analysis and Stress Testing. Enterprise Risk Management, ERM, is about understanding the total risk profile, not just siloed risks in finance, operations, or compliance. This chapter covers how to aggregate risks, run forward-looking scenarios, and perform stress tests to evaluate resilience. 32.1 Why risk aggregation matters. Risks are often correlated. Multiple events can occur together. Isolated risk views underestimate tail risk. Boards and regulators want to know the organization's total exposure. 32.2 Methods of risk aggregation. 32.3 Scenario analysis. Scenario analysis explores plausible but extreme events and their impact. Steps: select scenario, e.g., recession, cyberattack, supply chain collapse. Define assumptions: market shock, size, duration, recovery speed. Model impact: financial, operational, reputational outcomes. Identify mitigation: contingency plans, liquidity buffers, crisis response. Scenarios are not predictions, they are decision support tools. 32.4 Stress testing. Stress tests answer: what happens to our organization under severe but plausible conditions? Types of stress tests: single factor, shock, one variable, interest rates plus 200 bits per second. Multi-factor, combined shocks, revenue down 20%, costs up 15%. Reverse stress testing, ask what scenario would break us, then test resilience. 32.5 Key metrics from aggregation and stress tests. Value at risk, VAR. Potential loss at a confidence level, e.g., 99%. Conditional VAR, CVAR. Average loss beyond the VAR threshold, tail risk. Capital at risk. Amount of capital needed to absorb losses. Liquidity coverage. Days of cash available under stress scenario. Earnings at risk. Impact on profit and loss. 32.6 Risk interdependencies. Correlated risks amplify impact. Recession right pointing arrow, lower demand, plus credit defaults plus market volatility. Cyber attack right pointing arrow, operational downtime, plus reputational damage plus regulatory fines. Natural disaster right pointing arrow, supply chain disruption, plus employee safety issues. Mapping interdependencies helps avoid risk blindness. 32.7 Regulatory expectations. Many industries now require formal stress testing. Banks, Basel III ICAAP and CCAR stress tests. Insurers, Solvency II stress testing requirements. Public companies, SEC guidance on disclosing climate risk scenarios. 32.8 Tools and techniques. Simulation software, at-risk, Crystal Ball or Python R modeling. System dynamics models, capture feedback loops and cascading effects. Visualization, tornado diagrams to show sensitivity to drivers. 32.9 Case studies, scenario analysis in action. Case study 1, COVID-19 pandemic. Firms that had pandemic scenarios, rare, were able to activate contingency plans quickly. Lesson: low probability scenarios can still happen, prepare for black swans. Case study 2, CCAR stress tests for U.S. banks. Banks failing Federal Reserve stress tests had to raise capital and adjust dividend plans. Lesson: stress testing protects financial stability and enforces discipline. Case study 3, climate risk scenario at energy major. Company modeled 1.5 degrees Celsius transition scenario to assess stranded asset risk and capital reallocation. Lesson: scenario analysis helps guide long-term strategic decisions, not just crisis response. 32.10 Best practices for risk aggregation and stress testing. Use multiple scenarios, optimistic, base, and severe. Include cross-risk interactions, not just independent shocks. Communicate results clearly to management and board. Link scenarios to risk appetite and capital planning. Update regularly. Scenarios must evolve with the external environment. 32.11 Key takeaways. Risk aggregation provides a portfolio view of enterprise exposure. Scenario analysis and stress testing prepare organizations for extreme events. Quantitative methods like Monte Carlo simulation enable probability-based decision-making. Case studies show that preparedness leads to faster recovery and better strategic choices. Aggregation and stress testing are core to regulatory compliance and resilience planning. Chapter 33 Insurance, Hedging and Risk Transfer Strategies. Risk transfer allows organizations to protect against low-frequency but high-severity events and smooth financial performance. This chapter explores the tools, mechanisms, and strategies to achieve this. 33.1 Why transfer risk? Risk transfer is valuable when the risk is unavoidable, but its impact is potentially catastrophic. The cost of mitigation is higher than the cost of transfer. The organization prefers cost certainty over volatility. 33.2 Insurance as a risk transfer tool. Common types of business insurance. Insurance program design. Deductible retention, the portion company retains before coverage kicks in. Coverage limit, maximum amount insurer will pay. Exclusions, events not covered, important to read carefully. Captive insurance, company-owned insurer for self-funded coverage. 33.3 Alternative risk transfer, ART. For organizations with complex or unique risks. Captive insurance companies, Self-insurance vehicle with reinsurance backstop. Risk pools share risk with peer organizations, common in healthcare. Parametric insurance. Payout triggered by event parameters, e.g., earthquake magnitude. Insurance-linked securities, ILS. Catastrophe bonds transferring risk to capital markets. 33.4 Financial hedging. Hedging uses financial instruments to reduce exposure to price fluctuations. Examples: FX hedging, forward contracts, options to lock exchange rates. Commodity hedging, futures to stabilize raw material costs, oil, metals, grain. Interest rate swaps, exchange fixed and floating rate exposures. Equity portfolio hedges, options to protect against market downturn. 33.5 Contractual risk transfer. Indemnities, contract clause shifting liability to another party. Hold harmless agreements, protects one party from legal claims. Warranties and guarantees, supplier promises performance and covers failure costs. Legal review is critical to avoid unintended risk assumption. 33.6 Evaluating risk transfer options. Consider cost versus benefit, premium or hedge cost versus potential loss avoided. Counterparty strength, creditworthiness of insurer or hedge counterparty. Residual risk, gaps in coverage or unhedged exposures. Regulatory implications, solvency rules, accounting treatment. 33.7 Integrating risk transfer into ERM. Map transferred risks in the risk register. Track coverage limits and renewal dates. Align transfer strategy with risk appetite and capital allocation. Avoid over-reliance, transfer should complement not replace mitigation. 33.8 Case studies, risk transfer in action. Case study 1, Coca-Cola's commodity hedging. Coca-Cola hedges sugar and aluminum costs to stabilize input prices. Lesson: hedging reduces earnings volatility and supports pricing stability. Case study 2, Disney's hurricane coverage. Disney uses parametric insurance to protect theme park revenue from hurricane disruptions. Lesson: innovative products can provide coverage for risks that are otherwise uninsurable. Case study 3, Healthcare captives. Hospitals form captive insurance companies to manage malpractice risk collectively. Lesson: captives can reduce cost and tailor coverage to unique industry risks. 33.9 Best practices for risk transfer. Conduct a gap analysis to identify uninsured risks. Review contracts for hidden liability and adjust terms. Benchmark insurance program against industry peers. Regularly evaluate hedge effectiveness and adjust strategy. Collaborate with finance and treasury teams to optimize cost. 33.10 Key takeaways. Risk transfer is a critical part of a balanced risk management strategy. Insurance covers catastrophic losses, hedging smooths financial volatility. Contractual transfer shifts liability when structured carefully. Innovative solutions, parametric captives ILS, expand coverage options. Transfer must be actively monitored, not a set and forget solution. Chapter 34 Risk appetite, tolerance and governance. Risk appetite is the amount and type of risk an organization is willing to take in pursuit of its objectives. Without a clear risk appetite, decision-making becomes inconsistent and risk-taking can drift outside acceptable limits. 34.1 Risk appetite versus risk tolerance. 34.2 Why risk appetite matters. Strategic alignment guides investment, pricing, and growth decisions. Consistency ensures all business units take risks within the same framework. Regulatory compliance required for banks, insurers, and listed companies. Board oversight gives directors visibility into organizational risk exposure. 34.3 Setting a risk appetite statement, RAS. A risk appetite statement is typically approved by the board and includes qualitative statement, High-level principles, e.g., we have no tolerance for fraud. Quantitative metrics, CRIS, VAR, exposure limits, leverage ratios. Boundaries, risks we will not take, exclusions. Escalation triggers, when to inform board or senior leadership. Example risk appetite statement. Our company seeks growth opportunities with moderate operational and market risk, maintains investment-grade credit ratings, and has zero tolerance for regulatory non-compliance, unethical conduct, or safety breaches. 34.4 Risk appetite across risk categories. 34.5 Risk tolerance levels. Risk tolerance levels should be quantifiable where possible. Include early warning thresholds. Be reviewed regularly to adapt to changing market and business conditions. 34.6 Governance structure. Typical risk governance layers. Board of Directors approves risk appetite, oversees risk profile. Executive Risk Committee monitors top risks, escalates breaches. Business units own day-to-day risk management. Risk function, independent oversight, challenge and reporting. Internal audit provides independent assurance. 3 lines of defense model. First line, business operations manage their risks. Second line, risk compliance functions set policy, monitor and challenge. Third line, internal audit provides independent assurance to the board. 34.7 Monitoring and reporting. Risk dashboards show risk appetite versus current exposure. Limit breach reports highlight when tolerance levels are exceeded. Trend analysis monitor whether risk profile is moving closer to limits. Escalation protocols define who must be informed and what actions must be taken. 34.8 Challenges in risk appetite implementation. Too vague, without metrics, risk appetite becomes meaningless. Too restrictive, can stifle innovation and strategic initiatives. Lack of buy-in, business units may ignore limits if not involved in setting them. Poor data quality undermines monitoring and decision-making. 34.9 Case studies, risk appetite in practice. Case study 1, Global Bank. Bank set clear credit concentration limits by geography and industry, reducing exposure to emerging market crises. Lesson: quantified risk appetite prevents overexposure and improves portfolio resilience. Case study 2, Pharmaceutical Company. Set a strict zero-tolerance policy for data integrity breaches in clinical trials. Lesson: appetite statements protect reputation and regulatory standing. Case study 3, Fintech Startup. Defined higher tolerance for operational risk to accelerate product launches, but limited financial exposure to maintain solvency. Lesson: startups can explicitly trade operational risk for speed as long as board agrees. 34.10 Best practices for risk appetite and governance. Involve board, management and business leaders in defining appetite. Translate appetite into operational metrics and decision thresholds. Use dynamic dashboards to track appetite adherence in real time. Review annually. Appetite must evolve with strategy and environment. Communicate clearly across the organization. Every employee should understand. 34.11 Key takeaways. Risk appetite and tolerance guide how much risk the organization will accept. Governance structures ensure risk-taking stays aligned with board-approved limits. Clear communication and monitoring are crucial for effective implementation. Appetite should be flexible but disciplined, allowing growth while protecting solvency. Strong governance provides transparency to stakeholders and builds trust. Chapter 35 Emerging Risks and Future Trends. Risk management is no longer just about historical data. Leaders must anticipate new, evolving, and systemic risks that traditional frameworks may not fully capture. 35.1 The nature of emerging risks. Emerging risks share these characteristics. Novelty, little historical data to model. Uncertainty, high range of potential outcomes. Complex interactions, often span multiple risk categories. Long-term horizon, may materialize over years or decades. Examples: climate change, AI ethics, quantum computing, geopolitical instability. 35.2 Climate and environmental risks. Physical risks, extreme weather, flooding, wildfires disrupting operations. Transition risks, regulatory changes, carbon pricing, stranded assets. Liability risks, litigation for climate damages or ESG misstatements. Trend, investors demand climate scenario analysis and disclosure, TCFD, ISSB. 35.3 Technological risks. AI and machine learning bias, algorithms producing unfair outcomes. Cybersecurity threats, sophisticated ransomware, state-sponsored attacks. Quantum computing threat, future risk of breaking current encryption methods. Automation risk, job displacement, regulatory scrutiny of autonomous systems. 35.4 Geopolitical and macroeconomic risks. Geopolitical fragmentation, trade wars, sanctions, supply chain reshoring. Global inflation and debt, impacting interest rates and currency volatility. Political instability, civil unrest, regime changes, populism. National security regulations, restrictions on data flows, technology exports. 35.5 Social and demographic risks. Aging populations, labor shortages, pension funding pressures. Urbanization, infrastructure strain, housing risk. Misinformation and polarization, reputation and trust challenges. Public health risks, pandemics, antimicrobial resistance. 35.6 ESG and reputation risks. Greenwashing allegations, misstating sustainability efforts. Human rights and supply chain audits, increased due diligence pressure. Social activism, consumer boycotts, employee activism. 35.7 Systemic and interconnected risks. Emerging risks often compound. Cyberattack plus supply chain disruption, right pointing arrow, production halt. Climate event plus political instability, right pointing arrow, humanitarian crisis. Financial shock plus AI misuse, right pointing arrow, market instability. Systemic risk thinking is crucial. Single point solutions are not enough. 35.8 Early warning and horizon scanning. Approaches to monitor emerging risks. Trend analysis, track tech patents, regulation, social media. Scenario planning, imagine multiple plausible futures. Risk radar workshops, cross-functional teams assess weak signals. External partnerships, work with think tanks, academia, regulators. 35.9 Role of technology in monitoring emerging risks. AI for signal detection, identifies anomalies in news, research, or markets. Real-time data feeds, ESG scores, climate risk indices. Collaborative platforms, industry consortia share threat intelligence. 35.10 Case studies, emerging risk response. Case Study 1, Maersk and cyber risk. After the NotPetya cyberattack crippled operations, Maersk overhauled cybersecurity and invested in zero-trust architecture. Lesson: one event can reset an entire industry's risk posture. Case Study 2, Unilever and climate scenarios. Unilever integrated climate scenarios into strategy, shifting portfolios toward low-carbon products. Lesson: forward-looking risk analysis can create competitive advantage. Case Study 3, COVID-19 and supply chain resilience. Companies that had modeled pandemic scenarios were quicker to secure alternative suppliers. Lesson: horizon scanning pays off when rare but high-impact events materialize. 35.11 Preparing for the future. Build a dedicated emerging risk function or assign responsibility. Maintain a dynamic risk register that includes weak signals. Partner with academia and industry consortia for foresight research. Balance risk mitigation with opportunity capture. Some emerging risks create new markets. 35.12 Key takeaways. Emerging risks are uncertain, interconnected, and fast evolving. Climate, technology, geopolitics, and social dynamics will dominate the next decade. Early detection and scenario planning are critical to resilience. Organizations must build adaptive, forward-looking risk management processes. Treat emerging risks as both threats and opportunities for innovation. Chapter 36: Crisis Management and Business Continuity Planning. A crisis can threaten an organization's survival, reputation, and stakeholder trust. This chapter explores how to prepare, respond, and recover from major disruptions through structured crisis management and business continuity planning, BCP. 36.1 What constitutes a crisis? A crisis is an event that disrupts normal operations, threatens strategic objectives, requires rapid decision-making under uncertainty, poses potential harm to stakeholders or reputation. Examples: cyberattacks, product recalls, natural disasters, regulatory investigations, PR scandals. 36.2 The Crisis Management Lifecycle. 36.3 Crisis Management Framework. Core elements. Crisis Management Team, CMT, senior leaders empowered to make fast decisions. Crisis playbooks, step-by-step procedures for top scenarios, e.g. data breach, supply chain failure. Communication protocols, who informs employees, customers, regulators, media. Decision escalation, clear authority levels for invoking crisis mode. Simulation and drills, tabletop exercises to stress test readiness. 36.4 Business Continuity Planning, BCP. BCP ensures critical functions keep running during disruption. Steps. Business Impact Analysis, BIA. Identify critical processes, resources, and dependencies. Define Recovery Time Objective, RTO, and Recovery Point Objective, RPO. Continuity Strategies. Backup sites, remote work enablement, inventory buffers. Plan development. Document procedures, roles, and contact lists. Testing and training. Simulate disasters, refine procedures. Plan maintenance. Update regularly as business changes. 36.5 Crisis Communication. Transparency, be factual, timely, and honest. Single source of truth, designate a spokesperson. Internal alignment, ensure employees hear first from management, not media. Media monitoring, track public sentiment and misinformation. Golden rules. Acknowledge the issue. Show empathy for those affected. Share concrete actions being taken. Provide updates as situation evolves. 36.6 Technology's role in crisis management. Mass notification systems. Alert employees instantly via SMS, email. Collaboration platforms. Secure war rooms for decision-making. Incident management software. Track actions, evidence, timelines. Cloud backup and disaster recovery. Ensure data availability. 36.7 Key metrics for BCP. RTO, Recovery Time Objective, Max Acceptable Downtime. RPO, Recovery Point Objective, Max Data Loss and Time. Crisis Resolution Time, Time to restore normal operations. Customer Satisfaction Post-Crisis, Reputation Recovery Metric. 36.8 Case Studies, Crisis Response in Action. Case Study 1. Johnson & Johnson Tylenol Recall, 1982. Proactive recall of 31 million bottles after poisoning deaths, set a gold standard for crisis response. Lesson: transparency and customer safety first can turn a crisis into a trust-building moment. Case Study 2. Toyota Accelerator Pedal Recall. Initially slow response hurt reputation, but later improvements in crisis communication restored credibility. Lesson: speed and openness are critical, delay amplifies damage. Case Study 3, Colonial Pipeline Cyberattack 2021. BCP allowed partial operations quickly, but communication gaps led to public panic buying. Lesson: strong communication plan is as important as technical recovery. 36.9 Common pitfalls in crisis management. Failure to escalate early, delays worsen damage. Lack of clear roles leads to confusion and duplication. Poor communication creates rumors, misinformation. Outdated BCP, plans not tested or aligned with current operations. 36.10 Best practices. Maintain an up-to-date crisis playbook for top risks. Conduct annual drills, including executive participation. Integrate BCP with IT, disaster recovery, and cybersecurity response. Include third parties and suppliers in continuity plans. Document lessons learned and update plans after every incident. 36.11 Key takeaways. Crisis management is about preparedness, clarity, and speed. BCP ensures critical operations survive disruption. Communication must be transparent, coordinated, and empathetic. Testing and continuous improvement are essential. Plans must evolve with the business. Companies with robust crisis management recover faster and often emerge stronger. Chapter 37 Risk Reporting, Metrics and Key Risk Indicators, KRIs. Risk management is only as effective as the information flow to decision makers. Clear, consistent reporting ensures that the right risks get the right level of attention before they become crises. 37.1 Why risk reporting matters. Transparency gives management a clear view of risk exposure. Alignment ensures risks are measured against risk appetite and tolerance. Accountability enables performance management tied to risk. Early warning highlights deteriorating trends before losses occur. 37.2 Principles of effective risk reporting. Relevance focus on top risks and decision-useful data. Clarity use plain language, avoid jargon. Consistency same metrics and format over time for trend analysis. Timeliness deliver reports when decisions must be made. Visualization use dashboards, heat maps, and charts for fast insight. 37.3 Types of risk reports. 37.4 Risk metrics, KPIs versus CRIS. KPIs, key performance indicators, measure outcomes, e.g., profit margin. CRIS, key risk indicators, measure drivers that could affect outcomes, e.g., supplier default rate, cyberattack attempts. Good CRIS are leading, predictive, signal risk increase before impact hits. Quantifiable, measurable with objective data. Actionable, allow management intervention. Aligned, tied to risk appetite tolerance. 37.5 Examples of CRIS. 37.6 Visualization and dashboards. Risk heat maps plot risks by impact and likelihood. Trend charts show change in CRIS over time. Traffic lights RAG, green, amber, red status against limits. Drill down capabilities, from enterprise view to department level detail. 37.7 Risk reporting workflow. Data collection, automated feeds from systems, manual inputs where necessary. Data validation, ensure accuracy and consistency. Aggregation, roll up to enterprise level dashboards. Analysis, highlight trends, breaches, and scenarios. Distribution, send to appropriate stakeholders. Action, trigger management review or escalation when limits are breached. 37.8 Role of technology. GRC platforms centralize risk data and reporting. Business intelligence tools, Power BI, Tableau for visualization. Real-time alerts, push notifications when thresholds are crossed. Automation, reduce manual reporting effort and errors. 37.9 Common reporting pitfalls. Too much data causes information overload. Lagging indicators only, no predictive warning signals. Inconsistent definitions makes benchmarking difficult. No link to decisions. Reports viewed as compliance only, not strategic. 37.10 Case Studies. Effective risk reporting. Case Study 1, Global Logistics Company. Introduced predictive CRIS, Port Congestion Index Fuel Price Tracker, improved routing decisions, saved millions. Lesson: leading indicators add value beyond backward-looking loss data. Case Study 2, Bank with Poor KRI Design. Reported hundreds of CRIS monthly with no prioritization. Management ignored them. Lesson: less is more. Focus on a small number of meaningful, actionable indicators. Case Study 3, Tech Firm Using Real-Time Dashboards. Connected cybersecurity telemetry directly to executive dashboard, enabling 24/7 risk monitoring. Lesson: automation allows immediate action on risk signals, not just periodic review. 37.11 Best Practices for Risk Reporting and CRIS. Limit reports to critical, decision-relevant metrics. Combine leading and lagging indicators for a full view. Define clear thresholds and escalation triggers. Automate where possible, but maintain human judgment. Use storytelling and visualization to make risk data compelling. 37.12 Key Takeaways. Effective risk reporting turns raw data into actionable intelligence. CRIS are the early warning system. They must be predictive, measurable, and aligned with appetite. Dashboards, heat maps, and thresholds help decision-makers focus. Case studies show that good reporting improves performance, bad reporting wastes attention. The goal: ensure that executives and boards act before risk events escalate. Chapter 38, Risk Culture Measurement and Continuous Improvement. A strong risk culture is not just built once, it is measured, reinforced, and refined over time. Continuous improvement ensures that the risk management framework stays relevant, agile, and effective. 38.1 Why measure risk culture? Identify gaps. Find where policies are ignored or misunderstood. Track progress. See whether tone at the top is influencing behavior. Support governance. Give the board confidence that culture aligns with appetite. Enable early correction. Spot complacency or cultural drift before it causes incidents. 38.2 Dimensions of risk culture. 38.3 Methods for measuring risk culture. 1. Surveys and pulse checks. Anonymous surveys measure attitudes toward risk, reporting, and leadership. Short, frequent pulse surveys capture shifts in sentiment. 2. Interviews and focus groups. Qualitative insights reveal why employees act or fail to act on risks. 3. Behavioral metrics. Whistleblower hotline usage trends. Near-miss reporting frequency. Control breaches and incident rates. 4. Culture audits. Independent reviews of decision-making processes, incentive structures, and communication practices. 38.4 Culture KPIs and CRIS. 38.5 Continuous Improvement Framework. Assess, gather culture data, surveys, metrics. Analyze, identify gaps between desired versus actual behaviors. Act, implement targeted interventions, training, incentives, process redesign. Monitor, track metrics over time. Refine, adjust based on feedback and new risks. 38.6 Feedback loops. Post-incident reviews, identify root causes, update controls. Lessons learned databases, share across business units. Management reviews, quarterly sessions to review culture metrics. Board oversight, annual review of risk culture health. 38.7 Embedding learning in the organization. Storytelling, share real-world incidents to make risk relatable. Gamification, reward risk identification and reporting. Communities of practice, risk champions share ideas and best practices. Leadership training, equip managers to discuss risk openly with teams. 38.8 Tools for culture measurement and improvement. Digital survey platforms collect and analyze cultural data quickly. Risk dashboards include culture indicators alongside financial metrics. Incident management systems tag events with cultural factors, e.g., communication failure. AI sentiment analysis monitor employee forums and chat, ethically respecting privacy. 38.9 Case studies, culture in action. Case study 1. Energy company post-accident. After a major safety incident, company launched culture surveys and introduced stop work authority training, reducing incidents by 30%. Lesson: measurement plus empowerment can quickly shift behaviors. Case study 2. Global bank culture audit. Audit revealed sales incentives were driving risk-taking beyond appetite. Incentive redesign improved compliance without hurting performance. Lesson: aligning rewards with desired behavior is critical to sustainable culture. Case study 3. Tech firm using gamification. Implemented a leaderboard for reporting phishing emails, boosting employee participation in cybersecurity defense. Lesson: positive reinforcement builds engagement faster than punitive approaches. 38.10 Best practices. Use a mix of qualitative and quantitative data, numbers plus narratives. Share results with employees to build trust and encourage participation. Tie cultural improvements to business outcomes to show value. Ensure leadership accountability for closing culture gaps. Make culture measurement a recurring process, not a one-off survey. 38.11 Key takeaways. Risk culture must be measured regularly to remain aligned with strategy. Continuous improvement uses a feedback loop of assessment, action, and refinement. Metrics should be tied to behavior, not just compliance. Leadership commitment, transparency, and learning orientation are the pillars of a strong culture. Over time, a well-measured and continuously improved culture becomes a competitive advantage. Chapter 39. Integrating risk management with strategy and decision-making. Risk management is most powerful when it shapes the choices an organization makes, not just when it reacts to problems. This chapter explores how to integrate risk into strategy formulation, capital allocation, and daily decisions. 39.1 Why strategy and risk must be linked. Strategic blind spots. Many failures happen because risks weren't considered in strategic planning. Resource optimization. Capital should flow to opportunities with the best risk-adjusted return. Resilience. Organizations that align risk with strategy adapt faster to disruption. Value creation. Risk-savvy firms seize opportunities competitors fear. 39.2 The Risk Strategy Integration Framework. 39.3 Tools for Strategic Risk Integration. 1. Enterprise Risk Assessment. Prioritize risks that could derail or accelerate strategy. Focus on strategic risks, e.g., market disruption, geopolitical shifts. 2. Scenario planning. Stress test strategies against extreme but plausible futures. What if competitors cut prices by 30%? What if a key supplier fails? What if regulation changes dramatically? 3. Risk-adjusted performance metrics. Use measures like RAROC, risk-adjusted return on capital. Economic value added (EVA) with risk capital charges. Scenario adjusted NPV. 4. Decision trees and real options. Quantify upside-downside of alternative paths, include probabilities and value flexibility. 39.4 Embedding risk appetite into strategic choices. Define risk appetite statements by category: market, credit, operational. Translate into quantitative limits, VAR, exposure caps, leverage ratios. Apply to mergers and acquisitions, M&A. New product launches. Market entry decisions. Major capital projects. 39.5 Governance for risk-informed strategy. Board oversight. Boards review strategy and ensure risks are well understood. Risk committees evaluate strategic proposals against appetite. Chief Risk Officer Crow partner with CFO and COO in strategy sessions. 3 lines model ensure business units own risk decisions with independent challenge from risk function. 39.6 examples of risk-integrated decisions. 39.7 Case studies, risk-driven strategy in action. Case study 1, Netflix's content risk management. Used data-driven analysis to invest in original content, reducing dependency on third parties, turning risk into a growth lever. Lesson: strategic risk analysis can create defensible competitive advantage. Case study 2, Toyota's post-tsunami supply chain overhaul. Mapped suppliers down to Tier 3, redesigned supply chain for redundancy, which allowed faster recovery from later disruptions. Lesson: integrating risk thinking into operations builds long-term resilience. Case study 3, financial institution using RAROC. Reallocated capital away from low-return, high-risk segments, improved risk-adjusted profitability by 15%. Lesson: capital allocation should reflect risk, not just growth ambition. 39.8 Practical techniques for day-to-day decisions. Risk checklists, standard set of risk questions for project approvals. Risk-based pricing, adjust product prices based on credit, market, or operational risk exposure. Stop-go gates, require risk sign-off before advancing major initiatives. Embedded risk owners, assign risk champions in strategy and innovation teams. 39.9 Common challenges. Risk seen as a barrier, culture perceives risk function as deal stopper. Lack of data, hard to quantify strategic risks. Short-term focus, quarterly results overshadow long-term resilience. Misaligned incentives, bonuses tied to growth only, ignoring risk. 39.10 Best practices for strategic integration. Involve risk leaders early in strategic planning, not as an afterthought. Use scenario planning to build strategic agility. Translate risk appetite into concrete decision rules. Measure performance using risk-adjusted metrics. Communicate to all employees how risk considerations influence strategy. 39.11 Key takeaways. Risk management should not be separate from strategy, it is part of strategy. Integration improves decision quality, capital allocation, and resilience. Boards, executives, and risk functions must collaborate on major strategic bets. Organizations that embed risk into strategy outperform peers over the long run. Chapter 40 The Future of Risk Management, AI, ESG, and Emerging Threats. Risk management is not static. The future will bring new risks, new tools, and new expectations. Organizations that proactively prepare will not just survive, but thrive in an increasingly complex risk landscape. 40.1 The Evolving Risk Landscape. The next decade will see faster risk emergence. Geopolitical shocks, pandemics, cyberattacks occur more frequently. Greater interconnectivity. Risks cascade across global supply chains and digital networks. Higher stakeholder expectations. Regulators, investors, and customers demand transparency, resilience, and responsibility. New categories of risk. AI ethics, ESG, data privacy, climate, quantum computing, and misinformation. 40.2 Key future risk categories. 40.3 Artificial intelligence in risk management. AI will transform risk management itself. Predictive analytics, detect emerging risks from unstructured data, news, social media, IoT sensors. Real-time monitoring, continuous control assurance and anomaly detection. Automation, smart workflows for risk reporting, incident response. Generative AI, scenario generation, synthetic data for stress testing. Challenges. Model risk, AI decisions must be explainable, XAI. Bias and fairness, ensure training data does not encode discrimination. Regulatory scrutiny, New rules, e.g., EU AI Act, require governance. 40.4 ESG, environmental social governance as a risk driver. Investor pressure. ESG factors now impact cost of capital. Climate scenario analysis. Regulators, e.g., TCFD, require stress testing for climate risk. Supply chain ESG, forced labor emissions disclosures, human rights compliance. Social risks. Diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI issues affect reputation and talent retention. 40.5 Building a future-ready risk framework. Agility. Move from annual risk assessments to continuous monitoring. Integration. Embed ESG, cyber and AI risks into enterprise risk frameworks. Technology enablement. Invest in GRC and risk analytics platforms. Ecosystem collaboration. Share threat intelligence with industry peers. Workforce development. Train risk professionals in data science, ESG, geopolitics. 40.6 Scenario planning for an uncertain future. Organizations should prepare for black swan events, rare high-impact risks, e.g., new pandemics. Gray rhinos, highly probable but ignored risks, e.g., cyber vulnerabilities. Regulatory shocks, sudden compliance requirements, AI, ESG, data privacy. Technological disruption, entire business models replaced by new entrants. 40.7 Governance of emerging risks. Establish emerging risk committees that meet quarterly. Use horizon scanning to detect weak signals early. Partner with think tanks, academia, and futurists for external perspective. Include ethics and trust as dimensions in risk appetite. 40.8 Future skills for risk leaders. 40.9 Case studies, leading edge risk practices. Case study 1. AI-driven credit risk models. A bank used ML to spot early borrower stress, cutting defaults by 10%. Lesson: AI enables faster, more accurate risk detection, but must be governed responsibly. Case study 2. Climate stress testing in insurance. Insurers modeled hurricane frequency under 2 degrees Celsius warming scenario, adjusting pricing and reinsurance strategy. Lesson: forward-looking climate analysis is a competitive differentiator. Case study 3. Tech firm deepfake detection. Deployed AI to detect fake videos, targeting brand reputation. Lesson: reputation risk management now requires technology-based defenses. 40.10 The Vision for Risk Management 2035. Integrated risk insights part of every decision, from boardroom to front line. Dynamic, continuous monitoring, real-time dashboards. Transparent, stakeholders receive clear, timely risk disclosures. Ethical, AI and automation governed by human-centered principles. Resilient, organizations thrive through disruption, not despite it. 40.11 Key takeaways. Future risk management will be faster, smarter, and more integrated. AI and data analytics will be powerful tools, but require governance. ESG and climate risk will shape capital allocation and strategy. Risk leaders must evolve into strategic advisors and change agents. The organizations that succeed will be those that treat risk as a source of insight, innovation, and resilience.